2004. And I remember when I first moved out here, because I had to get out of the city. It was getting bad, and I just couldn't afford anything up in the suburbs of Chicago and Northwest Indiana area. Lake County is pretty expensive. And so I just decided, you know what, I'm going to move out to the country. Found out I was going to have my firstborn son. So 22 years ago, I moved down here and live out in the woods. Oh, I should turn that down, that volume down. I got somebody that's probably going to be calling me here soon, too. Yeah, I'll turn it, whatever. Oh, sorry, I'm going to have to check this real quick. Uh, at 7:54. Yeah, she's probably going to call me here soon. Oh, if she does, I'll answer the phone, let her know I'm on a live stream or whatever. Or whatever. So the title of the video is Proverbs 31. I think it's verse 6 and 7. Let me look that up real quick. It's pretty cool, Proverbs. You know, I don't know why so many people, religious people, think that, oh, you should never drink. Like, oh, there's some people that won't even drink alcohol, but yet God's word says to give wine to him that is of a heavy heart, and strong drink to him that is ready to perish. And so it says, give strong drink unto him that is ready to perish, and wine unto him that is heavy of heart. To those that be of heavy hearts, let him drink and forget his poverty, and remember his misery no more. So it's a good thing to have a drink at times. It's a good thing to lighten the heart. The heart can become heavy, especially if somebody's ready to die. Hi, welcome. And so, yeah, that's kind of the headline for this. And I'm thinking, you know what? I speak about a lot of things that are pretty heavy. And sometimes people don't really like it. So I just decided I'll share some stories today, some of my own history. And so I moved out here into the country setting. I live in the woods. Um, and all of a sudden these mushrooms started popping up all over the place in the springtime and in the summertime and in the fall. There's all kinds of different mushrooms. But I think it was around the summertime I started really noticing these really big, tall ones. They were about 8 to 10 inches tall. They were white, beautiful white mushrooms. And the gills underneath the mushrooms were white. The flesh was white. You broke them open. They smelled so delicious. It was like, because I like mushrooms, and they smelled like yum, savory. And I pulled it up from the ground, and it had this little bulb on the bottom of it. And I was like, well, that's interesting. I didn't know they had like these bulbs, like a root bulb. And so I knew that there were some good mushrooms that you can pick in the wild, but I also knew that there were some poisonous ones, and I didn't know what it was. So I thought, well, I'm gonna learn about mushrooms because we have a lot of mushrooms growing around here. So I decided to get a book. Um, yeah, that's what I'm talking about, nachos. Welcome in, Frost. Share something personal. Yeah, you're welcome to whatever if that's what you want. You're going to be on live stream, published, and all that, so that's up to you. By the way, do you have any cats? I have two cats. One of them I call my lover girl. They're the Theron lover. Yes. Hi, Puma. She's my little bitch. Puma's my little bitch, my little lover girl. She's probably laying down in bed, but she'll be coming in here to get me soon. Oh, somehow I got 3. Oh, hey, what's going on, Doom? Can we see them? You can. You can. Puma, come here. Come here, baby girl. Come here, baby girls. See, she comes when I call her. She is my little bitch, so she loves me, but she's just, that's a girl. She's stretching. That's a baby girl. Do you want to see the bitch? Do you want to see the little bitch? That's my little Puma. He's my schoomers. She's look at her. She's shy. She knows. She's like, don't put me on the internet. I don't want to be the. And then all of a sudden, here comes my other girl, Whiskers, my Frisky. She's my lover girl. This is my little bitch. She doesn't really like. Yeah, she doesn't. She likes to come in the lap on her terms. I just picked her up and put her in my lap. Anyway, yeah, I do too. Cats are cool. I love dogs. I love cats. I love just about every kind of animal. That's a tame animal. That's cool. If they're wild, they're still cool to see. And they all have a purpose. But yeah, so I picked up a book to find out what this mushroom is. And I searched and I searched and I searched and I finally found what it was. It's called the Destroying Angel. It's pure white. It's beautiful to look at. It smells delicious. But it's one of the very few deadly varieties that we have here. We have the deadly Gallerina, we have the Death Cap, and we have the Destroying Angel. And if you eat even a cap of this mushroom, the toxins in it will shut down your organs one by one, and there's no reversing the effects of these toxins. And so it actually causes about a 2 week period of very slow and painful death. And so that was kind of like an eye opener and a very sobering discovery for me. It's like, okay, so now I know I have to really watch what I'm picking. But there were so many different varieties. So I got this National Audubon's Field Guide to Wild Mushrooms, and I decided I'd start looking. In fact, if you look at like the title page, I don't even know if you can see it on unless you go to my channel. I put it as like a thumbnail for the video, but when I put thumbnails up, YouTube doesn't keep the thumbnails I put up on there until after the live stream's over. But anyway, it's a bunch of these ringless, maybe they are ringed honey mushrooms. Um, Felix, season orange, yeah. Gingers are pretty cool. Second one is rosy. Calicos are almost all. Yeah, it's interesting because gingers are almost always male and calicos are almost always female. It's like one out of every 4 to 5 thousand gingers is a female, and they're usually sterile. And then it's about the same for calicos. About one out of every 4 to 5 thousand calicos is a male, and they're usually sterile. But my cat, Puma, the one you just saw, she's had about 45 kittens, and out of those, one of them was a female ginger with Bengal markings, um, and the other one was a male. Another rare one was a male calico. Now I don't know if he's fertile or not, but that was kind of cool. And she produced Bengals and everything. She had all kinds of cool genetics in her. So back to my story, mushrooms. Cats are cats, whatever. Oh, I didn't turn this. Okay, hold on a second. No, it's tobacco. It was good news. Somebody I know, I just shared some of the. I study natural medicine, and I was helping her out with her son, or her nephew. Um, is who Jewish? Me, yeah. Can we see your other cat? I said yes, and hold on a second. Okay, I take that as a yes. Yes, wisdom. Wisdom, I don't know what you take as a yes, but what did you say? Did you say something? Have a have you baptized your cat or not? Have I baptized my cat? Yeah. Um, hmm. I have given it a bath several times. Flea baths, to get rid of fleas. Where's my lover girls? Well, I'm not gonna go find her. If she comes around here, I'll see. Let's see if she comes. Frisky. She does not like it when I smoke. She hates the smoke. Like she'll be up on my lap as soon as I light a cigarette. She jumps down. Whiskers, come here, baby. Anyway, if she comes, I'll pull her up. Yeah, welcome in, Nacho. Welcome. So I decided I was going to start learning more about mushrooms because, there's some poisonous ones. The first one I identified was a poisonous one. And I started learning about these other ones we had growing, which were called purple spored puffball mushrooms. And those things were delicious. I found out they're choice edible. I found out how to identify them. I started slicing them up and frying them in butter, a little bit of garlic, and found out one brand of Worcestershire sauce is good. Heinz. I don't like the other kinds, but Heinz is good. So I started putting a little bit of that in there. Oh, talk about gourmet flavors. And then I learned about these boletus mushrooms we got growing on, and I learned about these little star puffball mushrooms and a variety of and there were one of the interesting things that I thought was that in the book I had, it was a field guide. It had the Latin name as well as the common name for the mushroom. Well, I didn't know. I'd never learned Latin in school, so it was kind of like learning a foreign language. And I really didn't have an interest in learning Latin because I'm like, well, what am I going to use that for? I wish I would have gone further into it then. I wish I would have learned Latin as a young kid because Latin is like a universal language in the world for the sciences, which is really it's something I love. I love science. There she is. There's my whisker. She came. Come on. Come here, lover girls. Come on. She'll come up on my lap. Yes, she will. Unless she sees a cigarette smoking out of the ashtray. Come here, baby girls. Yeah, that's my lovers. That's my lovers. Lover girls. Oh, there's the babies. Okay, come. Come on. Come on, baby girls. There she is. Yes, my lover girls. My lover girls. Come on. There she is. There she is. She came. Oh, she saw my cigarette. She's trying to get away now. Now I'm captured. Now she's captured. She doesn't even like to see the smoke. Her ears are sideways because she's perturbed right now. See her squinting. She's like, she just does not like that smoke. Puma doesn't care. Frisky, she's like, she don't like it. She don't like it. She's gonna get going. But that's Whiskers. That's my Frisker Whiskers. You're from Russia. Well, welcome from Russia. I'm from Indiana, USA. Oh. Hey, what's going on, Alex Ann? I haven't seen you in here in months. I was in YouTube prison for like 3 months though too. Well, I want to talk about that. I'm having a drink. I want to share stories. So I'm sharing about like how I got into mushroom hunting and eventually got into mushroom identification and started off going after the oh, Because I shared some testimony of things I've witnessed with my own eyes and seen, uh, things that cure cancer, and I've also seen people be poisoned by allopathic medical priests of Hermes, um, to death. They were poisoned to death, they were murdered. And, YouTube said it was medical misinformation. Uh, It's interesting. So I started to learn about mushrooms and I began mushroom hunting, and there's a lot of common ones that people go after. Some people go after like morels is a really common one, which they're good. Morels are good. They're not nearly the best, but they are very easy to identify. There's no poisonous lookalikes. There's one that's poisonous and it kind of can be resemble it, and that's actually a danger for people that do morel hunt, but because they actually grow around the same time of the year. They're called false morels. But from my understanding, the poison is it, it doesn't poison everyone. It only poisons some people, and it can be mitigated. But to me, if there's a chance that it's going to poison me, I'm not going to eat it. You know, my number one rule in identifying mushrooms is always make sure I am 100% positive of the identification. Not 99.9%. I want to be 100%, like there's no other possibility it could be another type of mushroom than what I have identified. And that led me into I got involved in a mushroom forum which has been inactive for a couple few years now. It kind of sucks. I liked it. They all went to Facebook. Oh, yeah, I agree. All the presidents are puppets. They're just putting on a show. I don't want to talk about that. I'm having a drink and I'm just talking about cool stuff, mushrooms. Um, the the governments and all the people in charge of them, they can go to hell, and they will. But I'm a gourmet cook and a connoisseur of delicious food. I love to make good food. And so mushrooms was like my thing. I began to learn about all these different kinds of mushrooms. Oh wow. It's been a fabulous journey. Now people look at you strange when you're into foraging, like things that grow wild out of the earth. Don't know why, but I got a friend of mine that's been a friend since I was 13 years old, and he is so nervous to eat something that comes from the ground out of the earth, but he'll go to McDonald's and he'll go to Taco Bell and he'll eat stuff. He doesn't even know what he's eating there. It's just all kinds of toxic chemicals that they put in you, and it's like, yeah, okay, dude, God made the things of the earth, and man processes those things that God made and makes chemicals out of them, puts it together to cause you to become addicted to eating their food and make you sick and give you problems with your body. I better watch what I say because medical misinformation, dietary misinformation. YouTube wants to keep people in their little bubble of deception. But mushrooms are pretty cool. And so since I was a kid, I harvested wild strawberries, black raspberries. Um, there are a few things that just in the wild that I would eat. I remember there's these little yellow flowers that were from wood sorrels. I would eat those because they tasted so good. And but I didn't know if they were poisonous or not, so I wouldn't eat many of them. I'd just eat a few, and come to find out, they're actually really good for you in small numbers. But if you eat a lot of them, you can get sick. Um, American from which city? New York. With America. I'm outside of Chicago, like about an hour and a half southeast. I'm in Indiana. I'm out in the country. I live way out in the woods. I'm not even in a town. My nearest town is a population of about 500 and some people. I think it's 525 people, and I'm not even in town. I'm out in the woods. You guys will hear the fan kick on in the background. I have a thermostatically controlled heat reclaimer for my wood burning stove. And that's why I'm in the wood burning stove room, because it's nice and warm here. But you go outside and it is, I think it just got above zero. It's like about 3 to 5 degrees or something right now, but I cut down trees, cut up logs, split firewood, move, that's how I heat my home. And it's good exercise, good work for you. Yeah. Yeah, I should call it shit Chicago. Yum. I love winter. Yum. You love winter. Yeah, winter. I love all seasons, and I get them all right here where I live. We get the brutal cold weather. We get minus 40 Celsius and Fahrenheit, and we get up to, I think I've seen 119 degrees in the shade here. That's the hottest I've ever seen it, and the coldest I've ever seen it was a minus 40. And we just get this full spectrum, and I don't know why, because we're not near the tropics. We shouldn't be getting 120 degrees Fahrenheit in the summertime, but we do. And we're not near the North Pole, as why are we getting minus 40? But we do, so in fact it was just minus 35 day before yesterday with the wind chill. It was brutally cold. And I went out there today when it was 0 degrees, and I was working. I did a live stream earlier while I was burning branches, and it's cold. Even I don't mind it when it's above zero, but once it gets to 0 degrees, which is right around 18 degrees, minus 18 Celsius, it gets to be a little difficult to get stuff done, and keep warm. Um, And my phone froze. I don't know why, that just drained my battery dead from 80% in about 30 minutes of live stream. Drained down to nothing. Yeah, but because I put my phone on a tripod while I was out there burning branches. Oh, let's see what we got here. Welcome, Cosba. I'm in Australia. Australia, yeah, there you go. A heat wave is currently 40 degrees Celsius. Not sure what that is Fahrenheit. So 40 degrees Celsius is right around 103 to 104 degrees Fahrenheit. And that's not really, I mean, that's hot. You know, that's probably about average of what we get in the winter, in the summertime. Um, but what is, let me see what 119 is. What is 119 degrees Fahrenheit to Celsius?
119 degrees Fahrenheit is 48.333 degrees Celsius.
That's how hot it gets in the summertime, as the hottest I've ever seen. Now, I'm almost 55 years old, and I want to say that was probably in the late 80s or early 90s when I saw it get that hot. And in the cold months, typically, our winters will only get about minus 20, minus 25, but wind chill's even colder. Hold on a second. Minus 25. Yeah, so that would be minus 31 Celsius, is typically what we'll get in the wintertime. And that's not the whole winter, it's only maybe a week we'll have that brutal cold weather. A week or two. And so far, we've already gone through about 2 weeks of that really brutal cold weather. Like I said, just a couple days ago, it was minus 35 um, Fahrenheit, which is minus 37 Celsius. That's cold, dude. That's cold. I did a video one time. I don't even know what happened to it. But I did a video where I boiled water in the wintertime when it was, I think it was probably about minus 30 to 35 Celsius, um, which is minus 25, somewhere around minus 15 and minus 25, something like that, Fahrenheit. But I boiled water, and as soon as it was boiling, I took it out the stove. I ran outside with the video camera, and I threw the pan of water, just threw the water up out of the pan into the air, and it completely turns to vapor. It's kind of cool. You go on YouTube, you'll see it. I should have done that the other day when we had minus 37. I just didn't even think about it. But we've been getting a lot of wind with that cold weather too, and that's bad. But it is kind of a cool thing when water is at a boiling point and you throw it up into the air, it literally vaporizes. It turns into a vapor, and then nothing drops on the ground. You know, like a whole pot of water, nothing drops on the ground. As long as you throw it high enough, the whole thing turns to vapor. It's a really cool phenomenon, and I don't know what causes it. I'm in Indiana. Hold on a second. Let me see. I'm missing something here. Bro, how do I get to America? I usually swim. That's what people do. Okay. Yeah. I am a law abiding citizen. I'm 32 years old. I would like to work in America as a plumber or welder myself. Yeah, well, as far as the tradesmen go, you're probably not going to be able to come over anymore. They've completely changed the immigration for the only people that can come over here now basically to become naturalized citizens are wealthy people that are completely 100% in support of their government where they live now because they're cracking down on political dissent. They're restricting travel and restricting immigration. Everything is all about getting people on the digital identification mark and controlling people's purchases and controlling people's movements. It's all about control, surveillance and control. Um, I think Marsus is a bot. Oh yes, I've seen that vapor done. It is cool. Frozen jeans on the clothesline. Yeah, I actually the other day I was out there working in a cutting trees and stuff, and you know when you're out in the cold, it's not snot. It's just your nose will run. It's a liquid, and you know it's something that God designed to help remove some of the liquid out of your body to keep you from keep hypothermia from setting in. You get cold, your eyes will water, your nose will run. You'll have to pee a lot more often to get all the liquid out. Your body wants to get moisture and liquid out of your body because that's going to cause hypothermia. But my nose was running, and I noticed that it has hit my mustache. I had these icicles right here, you know, and it's clear liquid. It's not like snot. It's just, you know, but it was icicles, and I thought, oh, cool. So I took a bottle of water, and I just started pouring it on my beard. I might even have it here. I think I took a picture of it with this phone. But I just poured it on, and it just froze. All the water froze on my beard. Let me see if I have a picture. I don't know if it'll show up good on here. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, and all of a sudden, you know, everywhere the water kind of held on, it just froze. Yeah, you know, it's something and it didn't make me cold in any way, shape, or form because the beard does insulate the body pretty good, the face. I had actually, I couldn't even feel the ice. It was warm, but I was working too. But I might try to do it with like get a whole bunch of water and just keep pouring it, let it freeze, pouring it, let it freeze, and get a whole thick ice beard just for the picture. I might do that. I think that'd be cool. Heck, I could do it outside right now. It's freaking in the single digits. A fence that should say LOL. America is a scary nation now. Oh, don't pay attention. The news is all about trying to get people to control. They control a narrative to get people to think a certain way. You know, it's those events that they're showing. They're very isolated, and they're intentional. They're intentional because they're pushing an agenda. You're not going to go anywhere in America and see that stuff. It's only the areas that it's been orchestrated for so that they can perpetuate the ideology in people's mind that America is this horrible place. They actually have to do that because there's a small arms treaty in the United Nations for other nations that are signed on to it to help the United States in a time of peacekeeping mission. And they're going to come through and disarm people. There's going to be a state of emergency in this country. But I don't want to talk about that right now. because I'm sick of learning the truth about things and telling it and thinking about it. And it's just not very, it's not very pleasant. So I'm drinking a little bit of rum. I'm having a little bit of Coke with it. I'm not getting drunk, but I'm getting, I want a story time. I don't want to talk about that stuff. America is not what you think it is. It's all a big deception, is what they're putting on the television and all the news. That's all bullshit. Stop watching the TV. Read the Bible. The Bible's true. Mm. And this is really good rum. It's called um, Bumba. Bumbu is what it's called. Anyway, ooh, I'm missing a whole bunch. Who's handsome? Who are you saying's handsome? Oh, yeah, I hope you're not a dude. I don't care. Look like Jeff Bridges. We currently have a meter of snow in Russia. Nice, nice. I love thick snow. That's another thing too. When you got a big, thick pack of snow, you can use that snow for insulation. You make yourself a little, like a little hut or a shelter inside of a snowpack like that, and you close off the door. Just your body heat alone will warm it up inside. It'll stay right around 0 degrees Celsius or 32 Fahrenheit. Um, Inside of that area, even if it's 40 below outside. If it's 40 below zero outside, inside that shelter of snow, you've already got a minimum of 0 degrees with just your body heat inside of that thing. It's pretty cool. A lot of people don't know snow, which is cold, is actually a great insulator from the deep cold. And one of the psalmists in the book of Psalms said about God, who can stand before your cold? Who can stand before your cold? And you get to 40 and 60 and 70 below 0 degrees, and it's like, yeah, nobody. Nobody can stand before his cold. Yeah, if you don't have shelters, you're dead. Period. All right, is that a spliff? Mm-mm. It's just natural tobacco, is what it is. So tell us a story, please. Kasba, yes, I will tell you a story. That's what I'm doing. Um, Unforgettable experience you felt humbled and powerless. What was an unforgettable experience that I felt humbled and powerless? Um, there's been a lot of them. Uh, I'll give you one. I was 17 years old, just moved down to Florida for the first time in my life. It was, I don't know, it was wintertime here. It was February in Chicago, and it was super cold, like zero, below zero temperatures, wind chills. I get down to Lake Worth, Florida, went to the beach. It was like 74 degrees. Well, when you go from super cold weather that you're acclimated to 74 degrees, that's hot. That's real hot because your body is already acclimated to the cold. So I get out there in my swim trunks and I'm out there, and I'm an athletic dude. I've been an athlete my whole life. I've always been very active and athletic. And so I get out there and I look and there's nobody at the beach except for a few people and in chairs, and they're dressed up with sweaters and sweatshirts and stuff. I'm like, well, I don't even understand why you would go to a beach with a sweater and a sweatshirt, because I go there to get some sun and get in the water, right? I mean, that was my thing. But I didn't care. I'm out there swimming, having fun. And one of the things I've always loved to do to challenge myself and get into just physical challenges. That's kind of like the thing athletes like to do. It's like to get out into the water where it's deeper. And I grew up in the Great Lakes area, Lake Michigan, and I go way out to where I can't touch the ground anymore, to where I'm over my head in water. And I'd go out there swimming, and I just swim and swim and swim and swim, and then I'd swim back. And you go far and you come back out, come back in. You go far and you come back in, and I was out there this is the first time ever in the ocean too. So the waves are bigger. Once you get outside away from um, the shoreline, those waves pick you up, right? They're huge waves. Something I had never experienced before in my life, and I didn't know what it was at the time, was a rip current. And if anyone knows what a rip current is, a rip current is when the tides or the water is coming in to the land and it finds some kind of like a burble effect where the current is actually pulling the opposite way. So if this is the land area, the current is taking you that way. I had no idea, but what I did recognize was I felt like I was going faster than I usually do in the water. So I'm paddling and I'm going up and down in these waves and I'm paddling and I'm having a good old time. I'm having a good old time. I'm just enjoying this. I'm swimming. I'm just going nuts. And I get out there, and all of a sudden I look back, and land is so far away. The waves are going up as soon as I'm coming up with the wave, and I look, and then I can see the land, and then I come down, and I can't see it anymore. But when I could see it, it was far, far away. This is where I felt helpless. Um, when I saw how far it was, I have never in my entire life swam that far. And I've swam that far to get to where I am, right? And so now I'm like, I don't know if I can make it back. So I started swimming back. I had no idea. When you're in a rip current, you don't swim against the current. You want to swim sideways. So if the current's taking you this way, you want to swim away from that rip current. And then you swim back the direction you want to go. I didn't know this, and I'm just swimming and swimming and swimming, and it feels like not getting hardly anywhere. When I was swimming outward, I was moving fast. I'm trying to get back to land, and everything's fighting me, like the current. I'm going against the current. It's like swimming upriver. And I just kept going and going and going, and I take a few breaks and try to catch my breath and go and go and go, and the waves are moving up and down, and every time I look, I just that land just didn't seem to be getting any closer. And I had gotten to the point where I literally thought I was going to die. Like I was scared that I was going to die because I didn't have uh, I didn't think I had the energy or the strength to be able to make it all the way back. And I just kept swimming with everything that I had, swimming literally to save my life. And I want to say it seemed like a long time. I couldn't even tell you how long it took me to get back, but it was one of the most physically exhausting um, challenges that I have ever faced in my entire life. And I finally got to a place where I could feel the sand with my toes, on my tiptoes, and the waves washed over me as soon as I felt the sand. And I felt like I was just ready to give up and die. And I just kept trying and trying. And I felt the sand, so it gave me a little bit of ounce of energy to just keep going. And I kept going and I kept going. And finally, I was able to get to a place where I was flat footed. And I remember just putting and I'm tasting salt. If you've never been in the ocean before, the water is salty. I come from, the middle of America where you have no salt water to go into the ocean for the first time tasting salt water. And it's a kind of a bitter thing to do, especially when you're like fighting for your life and, you're thirsty. That salt water isn't good for you. But I did. Once I finally made it out of that water, I just collapsed on the beach right there. And I just laid there and just kept breathing heavy, trying to get as much oxygen going. And that would be probably one of the most helpless I've ever felt in my life. Oh, it says nobody's in here. Okay, brother, I've signed up for you. I have to go to work at 6 a.m. All right. Cool. You can't insulate your own body. My math is off. What are you talking about? Stolovic? Yes, the Bible is true indeed, Kazab. Anyway. Do, 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 do. Did everybody leave? It looks like everybody left. Or the chat froze. Nope, the chat. I don't think the chat froze. I'm gonna put it on all messages again. Nope. Okay, cool. So yeah, ask me for a story, I tell it, and you're gone. Okay. So yeah, I started foraging for mushrooms. That was one of the things I was looking into. Let me see if I can. Oh, I wonder if I could do this. Go here. Go here. Ah, I can. I didn't know that. Interesting. It says there's one person here, but nobody's talking. I'm gonna go through. I gotta see who this is. Go to channel. Wait a minute, I went to the wrong channel. Okay. There it goes. It's gone. Message redacted. All right. I don't know what I did. I must have smashed my finger up. Probably working with the wood. Hi, Puma. Hi, baby girls. Wanna come over here? Hi, Schoomers. Yes, my Schoomers. You love my baby girl. Do you wanna come up here? Wanna come up here, baby? Who's in there? Why is it still smoking? Can't get rid of it, huh? I'll drink me some bourbon. Ooh, I got a buzz going on. Aww. I can't do that. I got a buzz going on my guitar. Now I'm glad I have somebody in the family that can fix it, but man, oh man, I got some fret work that needs to be done. I don't know if he has the tools to fix it though. In a moment, your life has changed. Your body, your emotions are being rearranged. Now you've been told that you've got a choice, but I pray to God in heaven that you hear my voice. It's just a little baby, not quite complete. He's got little toes on his tiny feet. And if you listen close, you can almost hear the fragile sound of his gentle heartbeat. God is making this child that is inside of you grow with his very own unique personality. Yeah. I don't come to you with a message of hate, but I'm crying after you before it's too late. It's just a little baby, not quite complete. He's got little toes. And if you listen close, you can almost hear the gentle sound of this fragile heartbeat. Maybe it's a choice you've already made, and you can't go back to change what was done that day. Encumbered by the pain of your memory, sorrow, grief, and despair have kept you company. You're wishing things were the way they used to be. Your freedom to choose sold you to slavery. But there is hope and freedom found in Jesus Christ. He came into this world as a baby to bring you life. Life or death, darkness or light, the decision is yours to make. Choose life. I call that one Unborn. It's one of my least fanciest songs. Chased everyone away. Everyone's gone. And that's okay. Someone will watch this, and it might touch somebody's heart. It might change somebody's mind to not abort their child. And it might turn somebody's heart toward hope and finding mercy through Jesus Christ. Somebody that did make that choice. You know, the political arena has turned that into a political topic. And really, a woman that's affected by an unplanned pregnancy has got all sorts of things that are going on in her body when she finds out she's pregnant. Even before she finds out, changes start to make. At the moment of conception, her body begins to go through changes. And that's why at the very beginning of the song, I wrote those words. In a moment, your life is changed. Your body and your emotions are being rearranged. And in that, there is a certain amount of anxiety and fear and panic that sets into a woman, especially if she's not married to a man, as to how she's going to care for that child. And, you know, the option is given to her to have an abortion. And a lot of women make that decision in a very hasty way. And in doing so, afterwards, they regret it. And some women, in that haste, they need to hear God crying out to them. They need to hear what God has to say about it. They don't need to hear the political sides. The political sides are completely skewed to the far left and to the far right of the paradigm, and they remove the woman from the, you know, the mother of the baby. They remove her from the narrative. They try to include her in the narrative by saying, "Oh, it's your body and it's your choice." But what they don't tell her is all of the feelings that are going to come after. A lot of regret, a lot of sorrow, a lot of despair. And they look for hope. And where are they going to find it? They look to the people that claim to be Christians, and they're over there, baby murderer, you know? And then they go over to the left, the ones that actually cause them to think to do that, and they're just being used as a number of their, you know, kind of like a notch in their belt. We got another one. We got another one. Not realizing there's a whole agenda behind the whole political narrative. Push the politics aside. We're talking about people. We're talking about a woman who's single. Or maybe she's not single. Maybe she's got a boyfriend she's planning on being with for the rest of her life, but they're not ready for a baby. But yet, they have one. And they had one because they procreated. They, you know, I mean, hey, it happens. And there's a person there. There's a person there that God cares about that's caught. The father and the mother. There's two people because the two have become one in that moment. And the people need to be considered, not the process, not the, you know, the people need to be considered. Should abortion be legal? Should it be outlawed? You know, I'll let our pagan nation decide what they think about that and let them do that. Let the political arena fight over those things. I'm talking about people. I'm talking about the heart of the person. They have an eternal soul, and they're going through all sorts of changes and things. And what they need to know is that there is mercy to be found in Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ himself came into this world, conceived by the Holy Spirit in the Virgin Mary, and went through the whole process. All of the 9 months of pregnancy Mary went through to bring forth the child, which was the promised Messiah. And he came into this world and as a light unto the world. And he was he walked perfectly. He never sinned. But yet at the end of his life here on this earth, he became sin so that the punishment that we deserve for our sins was put upon him. He became that thing that he despised, and he resisted his whole life, so that the punishment and the wrath of God could be satisfied upon him. And it pleased God to bruise him, it pleased God to wound him, because the justice of sin was being exacted upon his only begotten Son, so that he, his blood, could be shed and poured upon the altar of God for the remission of the sins of mankind. And because he is God and he didn't sin, death could not contain him. The sting of death is sin. The grave can only hold people because of sin. And so he rose from the dead victorious 3 days later. And he presented his blood on the altar before God. He ascended to heaven. He's going to return. The times we're living in were prophesied of. He's going to return. And when he does, he's not coming back to be beaten and mocked and spat upon and slapped and put a crown of thorns upon his head to pierce his skull, to cause blood to run out down. He's not coming back to be crucified and nailed to a cross. He's coming back with a vesture dipped in blood. He's coming back as King of Kings and Lord of Lords. Something a lot of people don't know, because we don't see it in our time, but historically, kings were the ones that led the charge of battle against other kingdoms and other nations. And nowadays, all the kings of the earth are working together for the same global bankers and monopolists. And they're all protected. They're heavily protected, heavily guarded, and they don't go into battle. Not one of them. Why? Because they don't want to die. Because they're not noble. They're not honorable. They don't want to die. They're afraid. And these battles are just for the plebs, the lowlifes, the people, to kill off a bunch of people and to take over lands and nations. But because the Iranian people are suffering, the people in every single land right now, yes, the Iranian people are suffering. The people in the United States are suffering. The people in Canada are suffering. The people in Great Britain are suffering. The people in Russia are suffering. Suffering is part of this world, but the kings of the earth are making the people suffer. I guarantee you, the president of Iran is eating at the same table that the president of the United States is. They're drinking of the same cup. They're not enemies. They're working together in a joint plan that's already been prepared. It's a scripted theater for the people. People ask me if I support Israel or if I support Palestine, and I'm like, I support the people of all the nations. I am against the leaders and the kings. That's what I'm against. I'm against the kings of this world, because the kings of this world are against my God. They are. In fact, the Bible says in the last days, when the Lord does return, the kings of the earth are going to turn their weapons toward him. Like, why? Because he's coming back to destroy them. He's not coming back to pull up Donald Trump and say, hey, what's going on, buddy? No, he's coming back to destroy Donald Trump. He's coming back to destroy every sinner out of the earth. That's what he's coming back to do. He's going to destroy the sinners out of the earth with a fervent heat. Roy Chapnick. Okay, but the small people are being killed. Thousands of Iranian killed for protesting, and the U.S. can help them. Yeah, they're doing it here too. They're literally, like, they're murdering people every day here. We have a militarized police force in this country. The police officers are required to swear a solemn oath to defend and protect the United States Constitution, but then they're given a badge, a gun, and power, and they're told to violate their oath. They're told they have to enforce laws that are against the Constitution. And so they're constantly pulling people over, taking their money, taking their vehicles, taking their lives. Taking their lives. It's over 1,000 people are killed in the United States every day. Unjust killings by police officers and unjust imprisonments or kidnapping the people here in the United States. Um, and it's a different. We're different places, but it's the same thing going on. It's the same thing. They're killing political dissenters, and that's actually what the whole ICE thing is about. They're kind of desensitizing people to further infringements on the rights or the privileges that were supposedly granted by the Constitution. The United States military is not there to help any people. They're there to take over and conquer lands and murder. That's what they're there to do. They're there to murder anyone that resists their invasion. What do you think about Mom Donnie was chosen for New York City? Oh, that whole thing. It's just a political circus. It's just a political puppet show. Red, blue, you mix them together, you got royalty, purple. They literally they're pulling the wool over people's eyes. They're getting people emotionally invested into topics that are not going to change the overall direction that the globalists, the industry monopolists that control the banking industries, the information industries, including internet and media and social media and news and TV and entertainment and all that, they control the information, the media, they control the um, medical or healthcare industry, they control agricultural industry, they control mineral industries. These same groups of people, which apparently are controlling BlackRock, which is one of the largest international investment companies in the world. Um, these people those are the real power wielders, and they tell every single president, every single prime minister, and every single king to do what they're going to do. And if they don't, they're going to be dead. Seriously, they've been put in a position because the globalists have put them there so that they could play out the script to keep people invested into these emotional um, red herrings, so that everybody's fighting and everybody at the low levels are fighting against each other, and they're like, "Rah, rah, rah, red team, rah, 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 blue team, rah, 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 red team, rah, 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 blue team," and they're fighting. While meanwhile, the kings of the earth at the top, they're going to send in the low level military. They're going to send in the American troops against the, whatever troops, Iraqi troops and Afghanistan troops and anyone that's going to resist the invasion. Venezuela. I mean, come on, the president of Venezuela and the president of the United States, they probably ate dinner together at the same freaking table at the end of the day, laughing and mucking it up because how stupid the American people are, how stupid the Venezuelan people are, how stupid the average person is, that they fall for their scam. They fall for the theater. I'm probably going to lose my freaking, go back to YouTube prison. I was in YouTube prison for like 3 months. So what do you suggest people can do in order to change something? History has shown that when a nation or a kingdom has been taken over by tyrants, the only way that tyrants will ever release their grip over the people is when they're dead. They don't willfully release it. They have to be killed. There's no peaceful way to come out from underneath tyranny. But the problem is they've monopolized violence. They've monopolized military power over the people, which has been a plan the whole time. So there's really no viable solution here in this world but to trust in Jesus Christ, because when Jesus returns, the tables are going to be flipped. Literally, the tables are going to be turned, and these people who currently have the monopoly on violence are going to lose that monopoly, because the Lord, the creator of heaven and earth, is going to return with a fiery vengeance, and he's going to destroy the sinners out of the earth. So the best thing to do is to seek the Lord for mercy. Find mercy. Seek him with your heart in truth and verity. Put everything away. Get away from your phone. Get away from your computer. Get away from your radio and your TV, and get all your outside influences away from your thoughts and your mind and your senses, and set your heart to know the Lord, and set your heart to seek God and seek mercy. Seek mercy. If we confess our sins, he is faithful and just to forgive us our sins and to cleanse us from all unrighteousness. That is the best thing that you can do, because there's coming a battle, and that battle is going to be won. And, you know, there's really not anything that any man could ever do to fight against their creator. He kind of has a monopoly of power. He is all powerful. And don't believe a lot of the narratives they teach you. Don't believe the narratives on the television. All right, I'm missing some chats here. Sorry. Hamburger helper rode a cheese river. Debated the feelings of Tuesday. Boy, oh boy. Goopinger. Okay. Yeah, Patrick Stanley. You came in here earlier doing that nonsense. What are these? Are these like retarded bots? Is that what this is? Retarded bots come into these live streams or what? I'm gonna look it up. Um, yeah, Goopinder. Yeah, it's like a retarded bot. It's not even, here's the channel. There's nothing on it. It's just a freaking fake shadow ghost account from some retarded chatbot. And the other person, maybe, oh, it's not showing up here. So I guess YouTube sometimes deletes these or hides these retarded chatbots. I got to put all messages. And then the other retarded chatbot isn't. Yeah, it's just a bunch of stupid stuff. There's no. It looks like there's a bunch of AI generated freaking shorts videos. 19 videos, 19 subscribers. That's a retarded chatbot. What else could it be? Oh boy. Dude. What else could it be? When you start saying things like schmeckle, mitt, mine, blah, blah, in your. Come on, really, dude? Really? If you're not a retarded chatbot, then you're a retarded person. I can't imagine why you've only got 19 subscribers. It must be that you're such a communicator. Do you eat bananas for their shape? Yeah, there's no telling who's real on these things and who's not. So, get back to story time. I just want to share some stories. With some really good rum and really good Coke. Okay, one of the favorite things that I used to do in my life was I had a 17-foot long canoe. It was a Coleman's canoe. What's going on, Neo Gamer? And what I like to do is I would always go on these river floats twice a year, Memorial Weekend and Labor Day weekend. And I would take 4 days out, and I would find the map. Usually, what I do is I would take a map and I would throw a dart at the map from across the room. Wherever the dart landed on the map of the United States, I would look to the closest wilderness area to that dart that had a river, and I would make plans to go there. And I would go. This is back when I don't remember. I think it was MapQuest that I used to use. But I would go and I would look up the map of the river, like the satellite picture of it, and I would print it up so that I mapped it out ahead of time. I knew where I'd drop off and where I'd end up. And I'd usually plan about a 3 day, 4 day river float. And I'd like to go with people, but there weren't a lot of people that were as adventurous as me. So I'd have a few people that would go. My brother went a few times, or maybe no, my brother went once, maybe twice. My brother-in-law went with me, and I've had another friend. I think it was just my brother or brother-in-law went. Not a whole lot of people are that adventurous. So I did a lot of these river floats by myself in the wilderness. Kind of fun, kind of scary, at first. But I go on this. I've got two really fantastic adventures that I went on by myself where it was just incredible. I was planning on going with one. Can you please call me? Yeah, whatever. Um, so I was planning. I had a friend of mine that he was going to come with me because he was adventurous. Not quite as adventurous as I am. Not quite as much of a risk taker as I've been in my life. And I'll tell you what, that's one of the things that I don't regret in my life is taking risks. Because if I hadn't done it, I wouldn't have had such a full experience of the things that I've enjoyed and loved. And I was planning on going with him this 3 day river float in northern Wisconsin. The name of the river was Jump River. And I mapped it out on MapQuest. And before I went, what I noticed was there were like two areas where the water looked like it was kind of like whitewater, riffles, or rapids, but only two for a 3 day river float. I think it's what it was. I'm pretty sure it was 3 days, 3 days and 3 nights river float. And so I had to go by myself. So what I did was I threw my bike in the back of uh, in the canoe and tied everything down and drove up there. I drove to the drop off point. I hid the canoe near the water in an area where all my camping gear and all my canoe and all my fishing stuff was in the canoe, and I left it there. And then I drove with just my bike to the ending point. And then I found a place I could park my truck, and then I rode my bike back. It was like a 26-mile ride or something. So I ride my bike back, and then I have to stash my bike and hide it, and then get in the canoe and make my way. And it's all wilderness areas through here. So, it's not like somebody's going to find it anyway, but I still hid it just in case somebody happened to come walking through. Be like, oh, here's a nice $1,000, mountain bike. No. Um, yeah. So I make it back to the canoe and I launch the canoe. And I'm paddling down, and all of a sudden I've got a map of the entire river, the whole time from start to finish where I'm going. And all of a sudden I hear these rapids that didn't show up on the map, and I'm like, this is way too early for me to run into rapids. And I come up on these rapids and my heart starts pounding, with adrenaline. It's like, wait a minute, I wasn't expecting these rapids. And I get up there and I'm like making my way through the rapids, and then all of a sudden here comes another set of rapids. And being by yourself in a canoe isn't as maneuverable as a small kayak for going through rapids. You've got a very limited amount of maneuverability with the canoe with one person. And so you got to avoid these rocks and shit when you're going through rapids. And it's kind of making me a little scared. And so I come through a second set of rapids, and then I hear another set of rapids coming up, and now I'm getting scared. So I pulled off onto the riverbank and I prayed. I talked to God and I said, Lord, I'm scared. I did. I just said, Lord, I'm scared. I'm out here in the wilderness by myself without any phone signal. I don't even think I had a phone then. I might have had a pager, but I don't think I had a phone. But I said, I told him I was scared. And I think I opened my Bible. I'm not really sure if I opened my Bible, I heard his voice, but God gave me comfort. And he said, Fear not, I am with you. And then at that point, I realized anything that happens to me is within his will. If I live or if I die, that's fine. And so I went ahead and I went through the rapids, and come to find out, the satellite pictures were taken during when the river was high and it was moving fast, but it was covering over the rapids, so you couldn't see all of the rapids. And here I am going in a time when the river was low, and the rapids were pretty many of them. I guess there were quite a few of them. If I were to guess, I'd say 25 rapids through the whole river float that I went through. And I made it through them all. But I got to my first campsite the very first night. And I had a cooler with some pork chops in it that were marinated that I was going to cook over some wood. It's kind of cool. And I start me a little fire up on the edge of the river area. And I cooked all my pork chops on. I had this. I don't know if it was cast iron. I think it was a cast iron skillet that I cooked my pork chops on. I had some butter and oil and cooked them out. And then, as it was getting dark, I heard a bear. And it was probably 100 yards away from me, and it was making this really deep, low sound like, roar. And I'd never heard a bear before. I just think it was a bear. I'd never laid eyes on it, but I heard this like guttering, growling, kind of a lowing sound. And I remember learning that bears don't come near fires. So I began to get as much driftwood as I could that was dried up on the riverbanks. The river was low, everything was dry, so I got the driftwood. And I was still young, and I didn't realize that the wood you find on the river, the driftwood, doesn't have a lot of density to it, and it burns very quickly. But I got myself as many big tree logs and root stumps and things that I could, and I threw on the fire, and I got this huge fire rolling. And I went into the tent, and I went to sleep. And I had a machete, but I couldn't find the machete because it was dark, and I tried using my flashlight, and I just couldn't find where I had laid the machete down at. And so all I had was this little tiny pocket knife. and I'm hearing the bear while I'm trying to go to sleep. I finally fall asleep for a couple hours. I was out for about 2 hours, and I wake up and I still hear the bear. Well, what I didn't realize was the smell of the pork chops attracted the bear, you know. And I realized it in the middle of the night. Then I was like, "Holy shit! I've got the smell of food out here." And I do remember gone into the wilderness with the Boy Scouts years ago before this, where they told me you got to keep your food, secured from bears. You got to anchor them up in a tree branch away from where they can reach, and you know, because they're going to be attracted to food. Well, anyway, but when I woke up 2 hours later, the fire was down to just a few coals, and that scared me because you know you got to have a bright fire to keep bears away. So I went out and got a whole bunch more wood and drug it out there and uh, got the fire going, and it burned out and burned up and got a nice blazing fire. And I went ahead and went back to sleep. Woke up a couple hours later again, fire was back down to coals because all that driftwood firewood just burns up real quick as there's no density to it. The water has eroded through all of the softwoods and rot and mold and mildew, and mycelium is eating away at it. It's no good. Yeah, it probably did. Yeah, yeah, sure, Sally. Sure, Sally. So I ended up. I remember when daylight first started to dawn, I was awake and I was so relieved because now I could see. And as soon as it got light enough to start actually observing detail, I found my machete and then I was like, "Oh, cool." Um, yeah, Sally. Yeah, no shape is beautiful. Well, whatever. I mean, yeah, I don't even know for one if you're actually a real person. I don't know if you're a chat bot, if you're a dude trying to pretend you're a chick. I mean, I try to be on my guard over shit because online you never know what you're dealing with. Uh, Compliments to me, you know, it's like I'm an old man now. You know, and when I was younger, I was like, you know, I was fairly handsome. I'm older. I got a beard now. I didn't never used to have a beard. I mean, a lot of women like that, but whatever. Now I got to go and look and see who this Sally is. Oh yeah, yeah. Let's see, 2 subscribers and nothing at all on the channel except for a creative playlist of cool music. Yeah, Sally. How come you don't do live streams, Sally? Oh, you've only got 2 subscribers. Start uploading content. I know, but trust me. Oh yeah. Oh. Anyway, back to my story. Um, Thank you for what it's worth. Thank you. Um, so I made it through that night. I remember when I woke up, I was made my coffee and I'm sitting there by the riverside and I saw a bald eagle. This is the first time I've ever seen a bald eagle in the wild. This was in the late 90s, maybe 1998. And it was just so majestic looking. It was sitting at the top of a pine tree and and I had this little camera with me. It was a Marlboro camera that I bought. And I took a picture of it and I watched it come down out of the tree and it just soared. It didn't do much flapping at all. It just soared through the river valley along the edge of the river in its little search for food. And then it just soared back up to the top of another branch and it just sat there and watched over. And it was a beautiful sight out in the wilderness. It's just, I love the wilderness. It's great. And it was peaceful. And so that day, on the way back, on the way downriver, I was catching these smallmouth bass like crazy. It was almost every time I cast out, I'd catch a smallmouth bass, and they are so fun to catch, and they taste good too. And I'm in the wilderness. The water up here is good. It's not poisoned like it is all around where I live, south of Chicago. And then I remember I get to an island where the river splits off one way or another. So I got a choice to make. I know it's backwards because it's the reverse image, but this is my right, even though it looks like to you like I'm pointing out to my left. But the right side is a wider branch of the river, and the left side is narrower around the island. So I decide I'm going to take the right side, which is wider, and the river's running pretty good strong current. And I get down and I'm just making my way around this island, and all of a sudden I come around the corner and I see there's a tree, a huge tree that has dropped across the river, and it's literally there. It's touching the water, so there's no way that I can get my canoe under it. And if I hit it, the canoe is automatically going to go sideways, and the current's going to turn the canoe, and I'm going to lose everything, and then I'm going to be cold and wet. And so I have to turn around. So I turn around, and paddling a canoe against the current of a river by with one man is not easy, because every time you paddle on one side, the whole front of the canoe goes that way. You paddle on the other side, the whole front of the canoe goes that way. And so you're literally paddling like this all the way up the canoe, and it makes it even more difficult because you got a lot more surface area that you're resisting the water with, the current. And so I make my way, and I'm a very athletic and strong man, and so I got through it. It was a challenge, but I got through it. But it was tiring. Got to the edge of the island where it split off, and I pulled up to the beach to rest. I had to rest because I just got through giving myself a really hard workout, and then um, I went and got in the canoe and went the other way, and the smaller path, which was to my left, was clear. And it was just kind of an interesting thing that I learned. And then the forecast, they weren't calling for rain, but it ended up raining the last day on the journey. I remember I come up into this, what was called the Holcomb Flowage. It's a huge area like a reservoir and a lake. What I realized, this is one of the realizations that I got in learning, is if you can see a lake on a map of a state, if you're looking at the whole state map and you can see the lake, that lake is a lot bigger than you think it is. I never measured it out to see how big the lake was, even though I measured the whole path of the river, see how many miles I was going. I never measured it out to see how big the lake was. And I get out finally into this Holcomb flowage. It's raining, and the wind is blowing in my face, and I've got to go against the wind. And so it's the same kind of thing with the canoe. The wind's trying to push the canoe that way. So now I'm going against the fluid of the atmosphere that's fighting me with this wind. And I got a poncho on, but it didn't matter because the wind's blowing the poncho and I'm soaking wet, and I'm literally standing up on the canoe, paddling, from the back, trying to get through this Holcomb foliage area, and the wind's just slapping rain into my face. And but I couldn't see the other side. That was my point. I couldn't see the other side of the flowage. It was that big of a lake. You couldn't see the other side. And that kind of scared me. It's like I wasn't planning on this. I was not expecting this. And now I got to go through this kind of resistance to get there. And that's part of my life, has been allowing myself to take on challenges and taking the risks of things that are going to be hard, but then they get harder. Like you expect it to be hard, and then it's even harder than you expect. you know? And I remember while I was working on that, the Lord gave me an analogy. Maybe it was, I don't remember if it was at that time or if it was later, but the Lord showed me something and I was crying out to God to stop the winds. Please help me. Please, get this wind out of my face. Let me make it to the end of this trip, blah, blah, blah. And he was not doing it. And what I came to the realization of, and this is the analogy, is that when a caterpillar goes inside of a cocoon, it transforms into a moth or a butterfly, and it has to fight to get out of the cocoon. The fighting, it's constantly, its wings are folded up and it's fighting. It's fluttering its wings and it's pressing against the outside of the cocoon to get out, right? And it's fighting with all that it has, and all of its resistance that the cocoon is giving it strengthens the butterfly, so that when it finally breaks free from the cocoon, now it has the strength in its wings to fly. If you take the cocoon and you open it up to relieve that caterpillar or that butterfly of the resistance that it's facing, it will not have the strength to fly because it didn't resist the cocoon. You opened it up and let it free without it fighting the resistance. And it was kind of a cool thing that I learned. But yeah, so I eventually made it to the end of that deal. Joe Cool, Wesley Slots. I'm just looking. User JB, hi. User JB3L I6BB5H. Boy, that doesn't sound like a fake account to me. What is up with YouTube these days? Wesley Stotts. Hey, man, that really... Oh. Yeah, I don't know, man, if it's a bot or a real person. Or it could be a dude. You never know with these things, I don't, somebody wants to email me, they can go on my account and they can email me, and then we can talk and we can do a FaceTime if they want to talk, that's fine. I'll talk to anybody, man or woman, it don't matter. But I'm not going to get romantically interested in somebody that's just got a picture and no things on there and whatever, and I'm actually kind of like, I'm, yeah, I'm a man. I mean, whatever, but I'm also not dumb. I don't get into the digital shit, although I'm in the digital shit. That's what this is. You don't see me, you see a digital image of me. Sadly, said, you look like a rock star. Yeah, right. First thing I thought when I saw you is you look like Justin Chancellor, bassist for Tool. I don't know who that is, but interesting. Yeah. I got a question. Yeah. Oh, sure. Joe Cooper. Probably a kid. That sounds like something a 13 or a 14-year-old would say. Well, that's the thing, though. So even here, I don't censor my chat. People say all kinds of stuff. I do get rid of spam, though. If people spam my chat, Sally was pushing it there to get spammed on my chat. Let me see here. Go to channel. We'll see. We shall see. Maybe Sally is a real woman. But I think because I didn't take to her or its or his flatteries, advances, that he or she left. You never know these days. Wesley Stotts. That sounds like a real name. Oh, you actually have some kind of content. Yep. Look like a real person at least. Oh, you got one. Yeah, your content is that you have you were top 0.08% of listeners in September listening of JFK Beats. JFK Beats. You were in the top 0.08% of listeners. So that's like 2 out of 1,000, man. 2 out of 1,000. I think that's what that is, right? 2 out of 10,000. So I guess you like the beats of JFK beats. I'm not big on synthetic music. If you tap my screen, you can see that little red bar and line across. If you hit that little red dot and you can move it, you can go backwards in this chat, and you'll see I played a song. Um, I was just moved to play a song, so I decided to play a song. I play the acoustic guitar. I play piano. I'm not really big on synthesized music anymore. I used to like it, but I'm totally into acoustic music and unplugged stuff. So yeah. What just happened here? Go to channel X. That looks like another fake account. All kinds of people come in here. User. Wait, what's up with that? That was a different one. Stories, stories, stories. Story time. What was I saying I was going to do? Let me see if I could look up channel descriptions. That's going to, yeah, there it is. Coca-Cola story time. Did I get the title of this? No, it's not telling me. Let's see. Oh, hold on. I guess that was a title. Nope. I'm just looking at my other account. Anyway. Hmm. I might have another rum and coke. I'm not getting drunk. I've got a little bit of just a, it's lightened the heart a little bit. But it hasn't made me drunk. I don't like to get drunk. I like a slight buzz. Sometimes I like a good buzz, but to get drunk, that's not me. Although, there is a time to be given to wine. There is a time to be given to strong drink. Usually, when you've got a heavy heart, that's about the best time. Well, I mean, I guess that's a matter of opinion. You know, I live alone. It's my house. you know, uh, it's minus 35 degrees Fahrenheit with the wind chill outside. You know, so I mean, and I want to smoke, so that's what I do. Now, if I had a wife that was here that didn't want me smoking in the house because she didn't like it, I'd be okay with that. I would go outside for her sake and I would smoke outside. But I don't have a wife. I have a lover girl kitten. She doesn't like my cigarette smoke. Puma doesn't care. Puma doesn't mind it. Schooner, she's my baby girl. I got my lover girl and I got my baby girl. My lover girl, she is a lover girl. My baby girl, she's a little bitch. Yeah, Johnny, cigarettes, I actually smoke natural tobacco, so it doesn't have all the chemicals that are added to the tobacco. And I definitely advise anyone that smokes, if you smoke, you should get into natural tobacco because they're literally putting hundreds or thousands of chemicals that they spray onto the tobacco, which create a physical addiction, and they actually cause all kinds of physical problems. There was a lawsuit back in the 90s over that basically allowed the Philip Morris to bribe the government to continue to poison people, causing cancer and birth defects and lung cancer and heart disease and all sorts of problems. But natural tobacco doesn't have all of those problems. And as far as the secondhand smoke goes, I'm or the smell of the smoke. Yeah, it's not. It doesn't make the house a refreshing thing. I mean, if I remove that picture frame, let's see what it looks like. I'll bet you it's going to be different color because this is my smoking spot, right? Should I do a reveal? Anyone want to see a reveal behind the picture frame? What it looks like? Nobody wants to see a reveal. I won't do it then. Somebody asked me to. I might. Yes, please. Okay. So we're gonna see. All right. Let's see. Oh no! I got cobwebs. I do have cobwebs, but no, there's no. You're only seeing what looks like. It kind of looks like it's whiter, but that's just the light. That's actually. There's no difference in the color of the paint. Cool. Well, I did not know that. Okay. Now it's a matter of adjusting it to make sure it's straight again. All right, a little bit. Let's see. Turn it back up now. Okay, it does need to go that way. Yeah, I'm not too anal, but I do like my picture to be straight, level. I'm surprised. I thought there was going to be like a clear white square, but I guess because the way I have it set up, it's actually leaning away from the wall at the top like this, off of an anchor and a cable, and so the gap allows the smoke to circulate evenly on the backside. Do I have any? Oh, here's one. I do have another one. Let's see. This picture is pretty flush to the wall. Let's see if it's blurry. Hold on. Let's see if I can get it to focus now. Will it focus on it? Yeah, this is a really cool picture. It's foil. It's made of foil. Indented. Yeah. I got to get to focus in the lighter area so it'll at least have a focus in low light. But yeah, that's a cool picture I put up. But I'll bet you that's going to have a lighter color on the backside. But whatever. If you live alone and it's your own house, smoke. If you're renting and you got permission from the landlord, smoke in their house if you want. If you don't want, then don't smoke in there. I live in very inclement weather. We have minus 40 degrees Fahrenheit and Celsius in the wintertime, and in the summertime, it gets as hot as 100, 110 degrees, or actually the hottest I've ever seen was 117 or 119. It was an odd number, but it was in the upper teens, 100 117 or 119, which is right around 48 degrees Celsius. I don't know if you're in the United States or not, but yeah, well, welcome back. But yeah, and so um, I choose to smoke inside. You know, I smoke when I'm outside too. I don't come inside just to smoke. But I smoke where I'm at. Hey, what's going on, Charles? Welcome back, man. Oh, I told some pretty interesting stories on the stream, just things that I've experienced and gone through. I don't know how long you've been here. Smoke them if you got them. That's what they say, right? If you got them, smoke them. Yeah, that was the relief command in the military. Smoke them if you got them. Yeah, I heard one Marine told me that his drill sergeant yelled at him one time for smoking. Said, "Put that cigarette out." So he put his cigarette out, and he said, "Now throw it in that." Oh, he made him dig a ditch. He said, "You got to dig a ditch now," and so he made him dig a ditch. And I don't know if he's exaggerating, but he said he had to dig it like 6 feet deep to bury a cigarette butt. So the drill sergeant made him dig a ditch 6 feet deep and bury the cigarette butt and fill it back in. And after he filled it back in, he said, "What are you doing, Private? You're littering. Dig that thing up and get that." He made him dig it up and get the cigarette butt. I think the story was true, but it's, because I've been in the military. I know how, drill sergeants can be, and that's part of what they do to break people down. They make people go through all sorts of tasks that are completely meaningless to break down their psyche. And that's actually the strategy. I don't know if you ever read Behold the Pale Horse or heard of it, um, the movie or the book, but uh, that's a strategy that I'm looking it up right now. I forgot the guy's name. And it's kind of funny because his name is pretty common. Oh, come on, book. Why is it do the movie? Book. William Cooper. That's why it wouldn't come on. William Cooper was a CIA agent, controlled opposition. But yeah, he wrote a book, Behold the Pale Horse. And yeah, that's one of the things that they do. They break down people. They want to break down people emotionally, spiritually, and psychologically so that they can control them and build them up. They break them down and then they build them up. But when I entered the army, I was already like 23 years old. 23, yeah, 23 years old. And I'd already been on my own for 6.5, 7 years. And so it was almost, yeah, somewhere around 7 years. And I, they couldn't break me down. There were a couple of times, twice, that I was feeling emotional, like kind of sad being in my situation, but I was never broken down like they want to do to people. But I was completely brainwashed. I literally was like, my goal was to be a super soldier, and I did as well as I could. Um, I got the all-time world record at the obstacle course in Fort Sill, which to me is kind of like a really cool thing. Um, the guy that held the world record, the all-time record, was my drill sergeant, and he taught me the trick to it. That was kind of a cool story. Um, so they called me their gladiator. That's what my drill sergeant called me. I was his gladiator, kind of like a prodigy of a soldier. I had high PT. Nobody was, anywhere near the amount of sit-ups and push-ups and running I could do. I wasn't the best runner, but I was in the top 2%. Like out of 480 people, I came in fourth, I think. You know, in a 2 mile race. And I smoked. I smoked every day. You know, even though we weren't allowed to smoke, I had two canteens. One of them was full of water, and the other one I I had emptied and let dry out, and I packed it with cigarettes. And so I had two canteens. One was full of cigarettes, and one was full of water. I snuck them in there, man. I had Hawkeye. I had never shot a gun and learned to shoot before, so I didn't have any bad habits to kick. So I learned everything they taught me about shooting. I didn't revert back to any old habits. I had no old habits, and so they taught me how to shoot, and I shot good, and I got 40 out of 40 targets in the qualification. They gave me a Hawkeye badge and all that, and I remember when it came time for the final obstacle course, my drill sergeant, and I think this is what they do. They pick the best athletes out of each platoon and they pit them up against each other. But I think they're putting money on it behind the scenes, you know, like we don't see it. But I think they're doing bets because he pulls me aside, and he's the one that's got the all-time world record on this obstacle course. He says, "I'm going to give you the trick to this obstacle course." He said, "You get a rhythm in your head, and you keep that rhythm in your head, and he said you breathe with that rhythm, you let your heart beat to that rhythm, you jog in place to that rhythm before you start. You just get that rhythm and keep a steady rhythm through the obstacle course." That was the key. That was the key to getting through it. um and I never even heard that before, but I was a musician, so I'm like, I can do a rhythm, yeah. And so I get down and I start doing push-ups with the rhythm. I'm doing sit-ups with the rhythm. I'm running in place with the rhythm. I got this rhythm going and I'm warming up. I'm getting ready to hit that obstacle course. And as soon as they start that firing thing, I'm off, man. I'm keeping that rhythm, and I get this the first thing was going across a three cable bridge, one for your feet and two for your hands. You know, go across the bridge and you got to climb up a rope and tap the thing, come back down. Then you got a single rope going back across the bridge because you got to go across and then back again. And so I come and I just shimmy and I'm keeping the rhythm and I'm shimmying. I'm not even looking behind me to see how far ahead I am of everybody else. Apparently, I was pretty far ahead. But I'm just moving and I'm going with the rhythm. You got to run up this wall. It's like an 8 foot wall, and flip over the wall. And then they got a 6 foot wall. And then they got these tunnels you got to go through, and these tires you got to run your legs through. And, and they've got a whole bunch of different balancing beams you got to walk on or run on. And so I'm just keeping the rhythm. I'm going through the whole obstacle course, and every single thing is just like coming easy. And then I get to this area where it's like about 40 feet of barbed wire that's only about, I want to say 18 inches off of the ground, maybe 16 inches off of the ground. It's not very high off of the ground, but they got tunnels. And so you choose a tunnel and you go inside that tunnel under the barbed wire, and it's all sand. And so you just got to do the low crawl. Your head's down and you're just low crawling it through the tunnel. And I get to the end, and I find that the end of the tunnel that I'm in is blocked with sand. And there's my drill sergeant standing there at the end of the tunnel, and he's freaking kicking. He's kicking sand into the escape area for me to get out. He doesn't want me to get out of that tunnel very quickly because I was beating his record. I was like, motherfucker. I was pissed. I didn't know why he was doing it. I had no idea why, but because this was like my uh, mentor, and he is now become my enemy and he's being adverse to me, I wanted to give up because I'm near the end of the obstacle course now. I'm already out of breath. And this is like this final extra challenge that he put on me. I just don't even want to take it. I'm just ready to quit. So I just laid down there. I just stood in my place. I laid my head on my forearms, and I just started catching my breath and just got my eyes shut and I'm shaking my head. And I hear all of my fellow troops, because they got all the whole battalion out there cheering us on, right? and I hear them calling out to me. My nickname was Nomad, and they're yelling at me like, "Nomad, come on, get up, Nomad, get up, get going, Nomad." And it the best thing I could describe it was like that Rocky theme song. Dun, 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 dun. It really energized me that I had people rooting for me, and they were wanting me to succeed. And so then I just started digging again, and I made my way out. I had to go through a couple little walkway areas and then flip over another hill and then run across the finish line. It wasn't much before I was at the end. And as soon as I crossed the finish line, I just puked. It was dehydration. I didn't know what it was because I'd never had that happen before, but I was completely dehydrated. And I don't know how long the obstacle course was, but it was fun. I enjoy your stories. Very soothing, calming, and interesting. Oh, cool, Patrick. Um, I'm going to step out in -3 degrees and smoke a cig. Be back later. You should smoke inside, -3. That's what is the temperature here? Let me see. According to but they're not always right. It's 5 degrees and snowing. It's probably about that's probably about what it is. So yeah, um, that's the map. 5 degrees and snowing. I'm at the very top where it's flashing. Yeah. I don't think we're going to get a lot. We may get 2 inches of snow out of this whole thing, but the people down south of us, yeah, they're getting a lot. Yeah, I remember one time outside of basic training in AIT, we still had to do physical training in AIT. And I had this drill sergeant that was Jamaican. He was a black guy. He was Jamaican, and he was a super athletic dude too, strong. But one of the things I didn't know about him until this other obstacle course that we had to do was that he was afraid of heights. And they put him on top of a 60-foot tower that we all had to climb. And the only way to get up to the tower was by this big rope net. And the squares, if I remember correctly, were probably about 12 inches, apart, 12-inch squares of rope. And so we had to climb our way up. And I'm in the back. I'm just like, I don't remember how they got the order, but I'm near the back, and you've got dozens and dozens and maybe even 100 people ahead of me waiting their turn. There's like 5 to 7 people that are getting on the rope ahead of me. I mean, and then all of a sudden, this the drill sergeant calls out to me. He called me Ski because my last name. He calls me Ski, and he says, "Get up here right now and give me 200 push-ups," because they knew I could do a lot of push-ups. The most I ever did was like 200, maybe 210 or something with one sitting. That's with rest, but with one sitting, doing 200, 210. But he ordered me to come up and do 200 push-ups. And so I was like, all right, I climbed ladders before I even got into there. And ladders are exactly 12 inches apart. So to me, it was like climbing a ladder that had a little bit of play to it. So I get up there and I just start climbing it. They nicknamed me Spider-Man because of the way I climbed up all over this web thing. I had to go around other people that were taking their time and trying to, struggling to get their hold. And I make my way up to the top, and the main crossbeam, which was a horizontal beam holding this whole unit together, was a telephone pole. What they had. The whole thing was constructed of telephone poles. And so I get to the top and I just grab a hold of the pole. I'm 60 feet up in the air and I just start pumping out push-ups on this telephone pole. And this guy screams. He didn't believe I would do it. And he's like, "Get down from here, you crazy motherfucker." You fucking crazy motherfucker. He had that Jamaican accent. It was kind of funny. He wouldn't let me give him 200. I wanted to give him 200. I wanted to show him that I am a good soldier. That was my goal. I wanted to be the best soldier that I could be. And they actually, my other drill sergeant, who was just getting ready to retire from doing special forces work his whole career, he wanted me to enter into uh, special forces and do black ops, which to me sounded like it was going to be the most amazing thing that you could be in the military, was a super soldier doing black ops. And that's what I was planning to do. But the one thing I would have been on board with it 100%, but the problem with it was he offered this to me at the end of basic training. We had what's called high stress training. They do a bunch of different types of training with different troops. It's all psychological experimentations, and we had high stress. There were The most sleep I ever got in one night was 6 hours through my whole 8 weeks. 8 weeks of basic training, 6 hours. And the problem was, most of the time we would get between, well, the least amount of sleep we got was 20 minutes, and everything in between. So we averaged probably around 4 hours of sleep every night for 8 weeks. I was completely sleep deprived, and that's part of the brainwashing technique they use. Sleep deprivation does take away your ability to, think for yourself and critically think, and you become an order follower, and that's what they want you to do. They're making people follow orders. That's what basic training is all about. They're building Nazis, is what it is. I was just following orders. But I was a man my whole life. I've always been a really hardworking man, but I love my sleep. You know, I don't never needed to get a whole night, 8 hours of sleep, at least 6 hours, but I love my sleep. And I just got done with 8 weeks of being completely sleep deprived. And this guy is trying to hype me up to become a super soldier. And I'm like all for it until he says this. He said, "You're going to go 6 days with no sleep at all." 6 days with no sleep. That was what turned me away from it. I said, "Nope, I'm not going to do it." I said, "Yeah, I like the idea of learning, going to sniper school. I like the idea of becoming airborne, ranger, and learning all of the different avenues of special force that you have to learn to become a black operation soldier. I like that. I was going to be 100% in, but you're going to deprive me of sleep for 6 days? Nope, not going to do it." I said, "No, I'll just go on and be a field artillery surveyor," which is what I plan to do. But he gave me the option. It's interesting. He had the power to change my orders if I wanted, because he was a black ops soldier, and he was the one that had the obstacle course record on, had the world record, all time record for the obstacle course until I came along. I thought about that too, man. It's like, what kind of a man would stop someone from taking your record? Because if somebody's going to take your record, because somebody's always going to beat the world record is always going to be beat, no matter what it is. It's always going to be a goal, and somebody's going to reach that goal. We got to have our sleep 100%, dude. You know, but here's the thing: somebody's going to beat your goal, and you stop them. From that point on, you've got that on your conscience. I think, yeah, you've accomplished. You've got a world record, and man, that's a goal that you can hold on to. You could say, "Yeah, I did that." And then if somebody comes along and beats it, you should be glad for them and say, "Yeah, I had my time. Nobody else beat me until this guy. This guy's better. This guy's better. Hey, cool." But instead, he wanted to keep that spot, and now for the rest of his life, he's tainted over it, because there was a level at which he literally, he held me back by about 40 seconds or so, and I didn't make his record by 7 seconds. So I was over 30 seconds faster on the obstacle course than him, and he was, holding me back. But it's like, it just, I don't know. Looking at yourself in the mirror, or even being able to share with somebody that you held the record, for, instead of 12 years, you had it for 18 years or something, you realize, well, yeah, I stopped a couple people from beating me. You know, I cheated to keep the record. Come on, really? I don't know. It just, that was one of the things that really kind of left a bad taste in my mouth. But I was still young. I was like 23 years old. And then that was in 1995, April 17th, April 19th. I think it's April 17th. I finished AIT, graduated with high honors. I'm ready to go to my duty station in Germany. They turned me into a pincushion with all the injections that they wouldn't tell me what they were injecting into my body. Um, and then I was learning German, the German language, because I was set to go there. And right before, like literally within a week before I was scheduled to fly off to Germany, the building where all of my security clearance paperwork was being held was in the Oklahoma Federal Murrah building, and it blew up. I was in Fort Sill, Oklahoma during that Oklahoma City building bombing, the Federal Murrah building, or Murrah building. But that's where all my security clearance paperwork was being held. And I remember seeing it on the news, and they're showing pictures of all of these papers that are flying up into the air in the aftermath of the explosions. And I remember looking at those papers thinking, I'll bet you some of those are mine. They have my name on them. But because they didn't have the papers in their possession for my security clearance, they couldn't send me on to my duty station. I had to remain in Fort Sill as a security holdover. It was very suspect to me. I've looked into it even more since then, and I understand how all that went down. But it's suspect to me that Timothy McVeigh, at the very beginning, I'll never forget that. It was because it was life changing for me. I mean, it was more than just the rest of the world seeing it go up. This affected my life personally. And so it impacted me in a greater way than it impacted most people that just heard the stories. And I I remember that day there were children in the daycare in the first floor that they were not allowing search and rescue workers to go in to rescue children in a daycare center. And the reason they gave was that the FBI had to secure all of the paperwork before they rescue children. Now that bothered me. And I remember seeing the video of these FBI agents coming out of the buildings with these boxes and files of papers. And they were putting them all in. And it's like, I'm thinking, you know what? Fuck your papers. Fuck your secrets. So fuck all that bullshit, your blackmail stuff that you have on all of the politicians is what those are. YouTube's going to put me in a prison again for saying that. Fuck all that shit. It was the Clintons shit. That's where it was. That's where they're holding all the blackmails for the Clintons. But that they let kids die. And then I remember there were reports that whole day through the news. They were reporting that there might be other bombs. That was another reason they didn't want to let people in. There might be other bombs throughout the building. Well, there was a few things that bothered me about that didn't make sense. First off, all the destruction that we saw in that building was explosions from the inside outward. All of the debris was on the outside of the buildings. And you could see the way that the building had this huge gaping hole, it was blown up from the outside. But they tell us that it was a Ryder truck that was parked with fertilizer in front of the building and it blew, it would have blown everything into the building, not away from the building. But then the FBI also said that, there might be more bombs. They got reports that there's more bombs inside that didn't go off. Okay. So then there was more than one person, right? And then they started saying that there was more than one person involved. But then this is what didn't get me. They said the same day that it happened, it was Timothy McVeigh because they traced his credit card to the rental of the truck. And then Timothy McVeigh was denying it and he was fighting the charges, right? Well, wait a minute. If you're going to try to get away with something like that, why would you rent the U-Haul truck in your fucking name? That right there was like a big red flag to me. I was a criminal in my earlier years. I knew that's like crime 101. You don't put your fucking name on shit, right? And he put his name on it. Nah, something's wrong here. Something's not right. Something stinks. And so, I always knew that there was something not right about that story. And then later, James Corbett from the Corbett Report did a very, very astute, studious, and incredulous documentary on who Timothy McVeigh was. And he was actually a CIA asset. And he was a what they call a patsy fall guy. But there's a whole bunch of other stuff that had been revealed. But the official story of Timothy McVeigh, yeah, it is messed up. The official story that they tell us about Timothy McVeigh was that he went off to war in Iraq for Desert Storm, and he uh, had always wanted to be in the special forces. He wanted to be a ranger. You know, that was the story, the official story. And his opportunity to become a ranger, he did like two or three. I don't remember. It was either two or three tours over there. And this was his job. He was a guard for General Schwarzkopf. That he was a personal bodyguard for General Schwarzkopf. I'll tell you right now, there's no way that anybody would be a top general's bodyguard unless he had already gone through Special Forces Black Ops training. And so when I found out that he was the bodyguard, I'm like, oh, well, that tells a different story than what the news is telling us, because they told us that Timothy McVeigh, when he came back from his second tour or his third tour, he tried out for the special forces and he was rejected. And they claimed that he became disgruntled and he became a domestic terrorist because he was disgruntled with the government over not being able to become a special forces operation agent. It's like, oh, wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute. No, no, he was special forces. Guaranteed he was special forces, you know. And turns out he actually wrote a letter to his sister that was published. She published it because she couldn't stand the lies that they were telling about her brother. So she published the letter that he sent her coming out of basic training, like they wanted to recruit me into special forces. They wanted to recruit him because he was also a prodigy. And what had happened was, coming out of basic training, he went in with I don't remember how many people. I want to say it was about 100 people or so that were trying out for the Rangers, and they all came into formation. And this is what he said in his letter to his sister, that they called out several social security numbers, like the last four digits of your social security number, and they had us withdraw from the 100 people, and they called us out. We went to meet with the people that were calling them out. That, hey, come out of formation. You're not going to be part of this training group, um, because they had already determined that these were the super soldiers that they were going to put into black operations. And so he began his journey into the black ops before he ever went to Afghanistan. Or I mean, Kuwait is where it was. Iraq and Kuwait. Kuwait, Iraq. And so the official story that they're telling us on the news is bullshit. And to top it off, after he was supposedly discharged from the army, there was a journalist that was doing a story on a military base in North Dakota. And he was granted access to do like a documentary on the military base. And he's an independent journalist. And he's going around doing video recording of the things that he's allowed to record. Well, what they didn't do was they didn't notify Timothy McVeigh that he needs to get out of his position if he's, the guy's going to come around with the camera. And the guy's doing a tour of all these tanks, with this video recording. He comes into the tank to find a mechanic that's working on the electronics of this tank device on the inside, and it's fucking Timothy McVeigh. And Timothy McVeigh turns around and he's got him captured right on his camera lens. Timothy McVeigh turns around and sees the camera, and his eyes get really big, and he gets really scared. And that documentary ended up being published. But here's the thing: that was after Timothy McVeigh was supposedly discharged. He was still working for the military because he's black ops, and that's what they do with black operations. They keep their paperwork, making it look like they're no longer in the military. That's part of hiding them in the black. And so it was interesting to learn that. But and you start learning shit of how wicked men in government conspire to murder their own people for the sake of an advantage. They call it a false flag. A false flag is when they the U.S. the government of any nation pretends they perpetrate an attack under the guise of a different enemy. And so that this was the beginning of the idea that we have to worry about domestic terrorism. And so further restrictions, further removals of your liberty, more tax money being taken out of your check, and all that stuff keeps snowballing. And we're living in a freaking corrupt country. I didn't even want to go down that road, but I was just sharing that story about me in Fort Sill, and I went a little further than I wanted to. What's the bamboo Coca-Cola story? It's Bumbu, B-U-M-B-U, Bumbu. The Bumbu Coca-Cola story is that it's gone. I got to see how much battery power I got. Oh, I'm at 47%. I got enough for one more glass. I'll be back. Oh yeah. Let's do it like that. Am I gonna finish it? No, I'm not gonna finish it now. Yeah, the heck with it. Rum has its own sweetness to it. I don't need Coca-Cola. I'm just gonna go with straight rum and ice. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's good. A little strong. Straight rum. Oh, boom boo. Bumbu, I think is what it's. how it's pronounced. Yeah, I don't know. How cold did it get down there, Charles? The last few days. We had wind chills that were 35 below yesterday. And it never got above 0 degrees. I think that was a high temperature was like 0 degrees here, but it was 17 below air temperature, and then we had wind chills of 35 below because it's been windy every day. Bamboo. I really should be burning branches. Yeah, I don't even know how many people are in here. Let me see. It says there's 3 people in here. Maybe Johnny's here, Patrick's here, Charles is here, right? Oh, shoot, what happened here? I think just got 1 degree was. Oh, the low temperature was 1 degree. That's not too bad. It's still snowing down there, isn't it? Wait, let's see. I gotta look at this. Yeah, you're still getting snow. You're getting a lot of snow, actually. Yeah, you got. How much snow do you think you got? Like 8 inches, maybe a foot. Yeah, you're like in. It looks like the heaviest snow is yet to come. I mean, let's see what that's doing. Yeah, you're about to get the heavy snow. Damn, this storm is packing on more snow than what they were calling for. It looks like. Holy shit. You might even get some of that ice. It's better to get snow than ice than it is to get ice than snow. Yeah, I don't know. It's looking like tomorrow. Tomorrow, you guys might get an ice storm. I know you're somewhere near St. Louis, but I don't know how close. St. Louis. All right, let's see if it still keeps St. Louis. Today, let's see this week. Sunday. Ooh, yeah, your high temperature is going to be colder than what it is supposed to be here tomorrow. Tomorrow it's supposed to be 17 here, and your high temperature says 14 in your area. 1 to 3 inches of snow tomorrow, but how much for today? 3 to 5. So yeah, I guess that's probably about right. You're probably going to get about 8 inches. It's 10 now and snowing. We are supposed to get 8 inches. Yeah, that's what it looks like. About 8 inches total. Yeah, I kind of like it when you got about 8 inches to a foot of snow. Once it gets more than that, I'm not really a fan of it. But I got kind of a long driveway, that's why, and I shovel by hand. You know, it keeps me healthy. Let me put it that way. It keeps me going. Mm, wow. I'm not much for hard liquor by itself usually. I like the Coke with it. I think I'm gonna grab some Coke. I don't really like drinking a lot of soda though. I'm not big on soda anymore. When I was younger, I used to, but I like teas and I like coffee. I like to filter my water through coffee beans. Mm, yeah. Wow. Yeah, I'm not a fan. I mean, it's got good flavor, but I'm not a fan of liquor, strong drink by itself. Oh, anyway, yeah, I'm just rambling now. I've probably shared more stories this stream than I think I ever have. But the idea was, you know, I wanted to share some of my experiences in life and things that I've done, challenges that I've overcome, and just kind of do a little story time stream. That's one thing I was like trying to encourage you to do one day while you're doing your Charles, when you were doing your DoorDash and you were waiting for orders and stuff. I was like, tell us some stories. I don't know if you even read my chat on that one time, but I was like, you've lived quite a life, man. You've got a lot of stories to tell. That's one thing I think would be kind of cool. I was thinking about doing it for myself, but I'm not the video editor guy. I don't really, I'm not good at editing. But I was thinking it'd be a good idea to just do videos telling a story. You know, Try to shorten it up as much as possible and pack as much information into, to make it as small because people have low attention spans, short attention spans. But there's a lot to learn from other people's experiences and stories. You hear wisdom, you hear testimonies and things that you would learn that you wouldn't normally hear. It's like my whole life I've always been drawn to men that were older than me that had experiences in life to share. I love listening to people's stories, telling them things that they've been through. And some people like to hear my stuff too. I remember before by the time I was 20 years old, I was told that I should write a biography because I had been through so much by the time I was 20. You should write a biography. I was like, yeah, I like writing, but a biography, writing about myself, didn't seem like something I wanted to do. And then a lot of people told me I should keep a diary. That's one thing I kind of do regret is not keeping a diary because there are a lot of things that it would have not only reinforced my memory with, but it would have just been really cool to look back in my diary and look at the times and the dates and all of those. But yeah, life is interesting and it goes by quick. You don't think so, but man, I always knew I wanted my life to be full. I didn't want my life to be drab or whatever. I want it to be full. I've always been a man of adventure, and I still am. I still am. It's like I wrote down a summary of my life. I plan on making a video of it. Cool, dude. Yeah, yeah. That's going to be one that's probably going to go viral. Just because people are interested in real stories. You know, I used to be a storyteller that I would embellish stories before I became born again in '98. I would have stories that were so good of what actually happened, and I would embellish them to try to make them more sensational. And not even realizing what I was doing was like destroying my own experiences by embellishing them and turning them into lies. And when I became born again, I put off lying. I never intentionally lied after that. And that was kind of got me in trouble a few times, but I'm not going to intentionally lie to people. And I remember I was starting to tell my wife a story of something that I had gone through, but I began to share her the embellished version of it. And as I did so, the Holy Spirit convicted me and said, that didn't happen to you. And I stopped myself and I said, wow, I didn't even realize that I told the story so many times. As I was telling the story, the embellishments just started coming out. And I turned to my wife, who was only my fiance at the time. And I said, that whole story's a lie. I made it up. I said, I made it up from a completely different experience. I didn't even finish telling her the story. And she was like blown away. She's like, she was offended that I was going to tell her a lie and that I was in the process of telling her a lie. I'm like, well, that's why I stopped because I realized the whole story's a lie. I'm not going to lie on purpose, intentionally. When we believe something is not true and we repeat it, we're lying, but we're not doing it intentionally. But when you lie intentionally, that's a whole different ballgame. Yeah, I used to do that also. There's no point to do it. That's one of the things. Like I was telling a friend of mine the story, which I shared in this stream about my experience down in Florida when I was swimming in the ocean for the first time. I embellished that story into something that was completely different. When the actual story, which you can go back and listen to, is sensational enough. It's my genuine experience. I didn't need to embellish it. I didn't need to make stuff up. I had a whole story that I told people that I was surfing. I wasn't surfing, I was swimming. I told them that the tidal wave took me over and flipped me upside down, and I couldn't figure out what up from down and right from left and all this. I had some kind of whole, and I got rolled over a coral reef. I had a huge embellished story, and it was like, that wasn't true. Why would I do that? The story of what I actually went through was way better because it was real. It was true. But yeah, I'm gonna go get some Coke 'cause I'm not a fan of the bourbon by itself or the rum by itself. I'm just not a liquor guy, man. I'm not much of a Coca-Cola guy either. I don't really like to drink pop. So I'm putting on a little bit of a buzz after taking a few sips of that rum to kind of top off the buzz that I was nursing. It kind of worked a little bit. Now I got a little bit more of a buzz. And with this little bit more of a buzz, give you advice about life. I'm sorry, I didn't see your comment there. Acraft Hakimi, are you still here? Give me an advice about life. You asked me 3 times, 4 times, 5 times, 6 times, 7 times. 7 times. Are you still here? Okay, sorry about that. Dude, I'm totally wrong. I am sorry that I didn't see your comment and respond to it. Please forgive me. I mean that because my intention is not to ignore anybody. And you took the time to ask me. Give you an advice about life. If I would give, like, how old are you? 20. Hmm. To be 20 years old, asking for advice of a man that's had some years behind him, first and foremost, that's unique. That does show that you have a desire for wisdom. And that is probably one of the best things that I could advise you in life is to seek wisdom. Seek wisdom and don't be hasty with decisions. Seek counsel. Whenever there's a major decision in your life, seek counsel from multiple people that have wisdom. Don't look for the people that are generally in your age group, the youth. Look for advice from the wisdom of the aged or the elders when you need to make a major decision. And there's another thing. Sometimes we have decisions that we don't think are that big of a deal, and they can change the entire course of your entire life. And so seek wisdom. And in that, the fear of the Lord is the beginning of all wisdom. Fear God and enjoy the fruits of your labors. You put your hands to work to get things done and to produce things. Enjoy them. Enjoy them. Enjoy them. That's what I would say. And don't be afraid of anything in this world. Fear God, but don't be afraid of anything in this world. Fear not man, who can only kill the body, and after that, nothing else. Fear God, who is able to both kill the body and the soul and cast them into hell. Fear him. That would probably be like, if I could just give you some kind of advice in life, to me, that would be like the most important thing. Live it, live life, enjoy it. God has given it to you, and He's given you the ability to produce with your hands. That's cool. Yeah, I remember growing up there through the 80s. The no fear was a huge campaign that people put out there. No fear, no fear. I had a lot of fears. I did. Before I feared God, I had a lot of irrational fears. But I also faced my fears, even with a quivering heart. 'Cause I'm not going to lie, I had fears, but I knew I had to overcome those fears. And so I would face my fears, even though my heart was not strong at the time. I still faced those fears, the vast majority of them, even though they were irrational and illogical. Just things that were probably thoughts that came into my mind that I held on to that weren't true. I'll give you an example. Stupid, stupid thing. But from the time I was probably 18 years old until I was maybe 28, 29, I had a fear of people that drove Ford trucks. Like, I had a fear that they were the most violent people that would kill me. Like, I don't know why. There were absolutely no substantiation and no rational reason for that. But people that drove Ford trucks were something that I feared. I'm sharing something that's a little intimate, but it was one of those irrational fears that I had. And it was like, if I was in that fear, if I was to get into a fight with somebody that owned a Ford truck, just that fear alone would have put me at a disadvantage in a fight. Because, part of being able to overcome in a fight is not only not having fear, but being confident, cool, collected. I don't know if you're into combat. Combat is something that I have enjoyed my whole life, but I've avoided, but I've enjoyed it. Combat sports, but I've always avoided fights, um, when possible, except for one time. One time I actually was the aggressor, and it was in retaliation, for basically this guy had jumped one of my best friends, tried to jump both of us, but actually had just gotten out of the car and gone into the gas station. I come back out, and these guys are beating on my buddy. And then there was a group of somewhere around 15 or 20 of them get that were always like harassing and stalking me and my buddy because of one guy that I had called out on some of his little pusillanimous shit. And he would always get these guys after me. And then finally I said, you know what? Fuck it. I'm going to kick this motherfucker's ass. I'm going to get him alone and I'm going to kick his fucking ass. And that's what I did. I didn't do. I say I was the aggressor, even though it was in response to what he had already done. It wasn't like I was just going up to somebody without a reason, and that's something I would never do. I would never. I'll never be the guy to throw the first punch at somebody ever. You know, I will back down from a fight. I can fight, but I'll back down from a fight because I don't want to get into a fight. I don't want to hurt somebody, and I don't want somebody hurting me. You know, plain and simple. You don't heal as fast as you get older. Ford. Found on road dead. Yeah, fixed or repaired daily. Fucked over, rebuilt Dodge. I had a buddy of mine that was he was a diehard Chevy guy, and I had a Ford for a short time. And one time he had a Chevy Camaro and I had a Pontiac Firebird. They were both made by GM, but he thought because he was a Chevy, he was better. And it's like, dude, my Firebird would kick your Chevy's ass, man. It did too, man. I think it was a 327 in it or something. I don't remember which engine. It was a big eight. And that motherfucker had balls. It had a passing gear that would throw you back. As soon as it hit that passing gear, throw you back. Like fucking instant response. I love that thing. Man, did I love that thing. I was dangerous with that. God, God protected me. I should have killed myself and other people the way I drove that thing. I drove it like I stole it. and I did kind of. I bought it for $500. It was a 1977 Firebird, and it had. I was 18 when I bought it, so yeah, it would have put me in 1989. So it was only 11 years old. Thing was broken in well, and man, oh man, is that 80? Yeah, 88 or 89. I had that thing for about a year and a half. It got stolen 3 times, 2 or 3 times, maybe twice. How much for that beard? Oh, yeah. Oh, dude, you couldn't pay me to shave this beard. Actually, you could. You know what? I would shave this beard. I would shave my face straight and get rid of this beard for $75,000. That's what I would do it for. Not a penny less. I'm gonna, this is me. This is my beard. But I would do it for 75 grand. Everybody's got a price for something, right? And I don't open super chats. I don't have a Cash App up. I don't have PayPal. You have to meet me at the barber shop with 75 grand in your hand. Cash. And nobody's going to do it, and I'm going to keep my beard. Charles knows why I would want that much. I was talking about your fear of Ford Rangers. Oh, Ford Rangers. Ford Rangers, you fucker. No, it's actually Ford pickup, the big pickup trucks. That's the Ford people that drove Ford Rangers, I wasn't afraid of. But people that drove the big, like full size Ford pickup trucks, if they had a dually with fucking diesel on it, man, I thought they were the fucking kings of the earth, man. I don't know why. It was really weird. You love that beard, huh? Nice, yeah. Dude, I do. I've never in my life had a beard this long. It's been growing for almost an entire year now. It's about 11 and a half months old. I started growing it on my birthday, February 5. And so we're coming up on a year. And I'm just going to keep growing it. Well, I'm going to let it grow because it kind of grows on me. Oh, stump jumpers. Yeah, stump jumpers. Yep. You look like a Muslim with this beard. Oh, you think so? I didn't know Muslims had a look. Yeah, somebody asked me if I was a Jew. A buddy of mine that I've known for years, he's never seen me with this long of a beard before, and he said I should do the Viking. I forgot what they call them, like these silver beads or something you put on your beard and hang down. I should have like some kind of ornaments on my beard, kind of hanging it down with whatever, split it in half and have like that double thing, or maybe 4 of them. Dreads. That's what some kind of Viking dreads. He said I should have. So yeah, you never know, because I'm gonna let it grow. I'm gonna let it grow. I mean, my plan is probably to let it get down to about here, but it takes a long time. It's curly hair, so when it comes all the way down right now, it's like barely to the top of my pecs. Right. That's the longest it is right there. Just a few hairs are even longer. But yeah, here's where it's pulled down to, but it's hanging up here, right? Because it's all curly. Beard hair is cool. I like it. And because I haven't had a beard my whole life, I'm kind of fixated with it. I do this a lot. I like stroking it. That's right. That's right, YouTube. I'm stroking it on a live stream. What are you going to do about it? Oh, boy, I'll tell you what, rum and coke and a little bit of lightheartedness. You never know what you're gonna get out of me. Okay, no, he kind of looks like Kratos from God of War. Walter White, haha. Dude, there have been and I've looked it up. I don't see the um I don't see the resemblance, but some people do. You're probably about the eighth to 10th person, maybe even more than that. It might even be more than 10 people that have said I look like Walter White. I'm like, who the fuck is Walter White? I don't know. I mean, some dude from Breaking Bad or whatever it is. I looked him up. I don't see the resemblance. I got glasses. He's got glasses. I got a salt and pepper beard. He doesn't. Or he's mostly pepper, I think. Oh, my cat's got the zoomies. That's kind of cool. One of the cool things about having a cat is when they start just tearing apart in the carpet. You hear their nails digging as they're running back and forth. Hi, baby girls. I had a 15-inch beard. Nice, dude. I'll tell you what, I got beard envy when I see your beard growing, Charles. You got a nice beard. You should let it grow out. I think so. You look like you look it's not going to make you look older, but it makes you look more um I don't know what the word is. I'm kind of buzzed. Sorry about that. But it looks good on you, man. It looks good on you. And I'm not fucking weird. You know that. I'm not gay. I'm totally 100% heterosexual. I love women. They're a little crazy. Still looking for my psycho cray cray stalker bitch. But if you shave your beard, yo, we'll see. Um, wise. Um, Charles got some wisdom. Charles got some wisdom. He's got a lot of life experience too. Uh, Distinguished was the word I was looking for. The beard makes you look much more distinguished. That's the word I was looking for. Yeah, I like your beard, man, and it's nice and full too. 15 inches, holy shit. That's uh, that's a big beard, dude. This is 15 inches right here. Holy shit, man. ZZ fucking top. This is 15 inches right here. This is to my chin, from my chin down to here. You're talking, it's right at my navel. All the way down to your navel, man. You could almost tuck it into your fucking pants. I don't want a beard that big, but I'm not saying I won't have one. Hi, schoomers. Hi, baby girls. Yeah, come on. Hi, baby. Hi. Yeah, I love yous. I love my Puma. She's my, she is so cool. She's always been the hunter. She's been the love, but baby girl. She's my little bitch. She's not my lover girl. She's my little bitch, but she's always been a good hunter. I don't know why she's being camera shy. She sees herself on YouTube. Yes, you're a YouTube. You're a YouTube personality now. Yes, you are. Oh, don't hide. Show them who you are. She's like, no, I don't want to. I don't want to look at the camera. Yeah, I love my Puma. She's my baby girls. She's my baby girls. Why are you hiding your face? She's purring though. She's happy. And my schooners. My Puma schooner. Do you have some children? Yes, I have two sons. My youngest son is 19 years old and my oldest son is 22. And my oldest son, he's always been very bright. He seeks wisdom. He's got wisdom. I remember when he was born, my firstborn son, I actually did a ceremonial dedication with him unto God. You know, it's interesting because God says that the firstborn, male child that opens up the matrix, shall be holy unto me. And that's how I considered it when he came forth, and I had already been born again. Um, for over 5 years, maybe six or so by the time six, let's see, yeah, six, I think 6 years. We found out we were gonna have a baby. But anyway, I did a ceremonial dedication to him just between me, him, and God. I held him up as a infant, brand new baby, and I held him up above my head under the Lord, and I blessed him in the name of God, Jesus Christ, and I sought the Lord with tears that he would make my son holy unto him, and that he would bless my son with wisdom and knowledge and understanding. And he has been an amazing son. You know, from the time he started to, he turned over in his first week of life, which most babies don't do. So did my second. And he started crawling when he was 3 months old. He started walking and talking when he was 7 months old. By the time he was a year, he already had chapter, or not chapters, but a lot of verses of scripture memorized. And to my shame, I had him memorize the Pledge of Allegiance. Um, by the time he was 12 months old, he had the Pledge of Allegiance memorized. I used to do concerts back then, and I had him as a 1 year old with the microphone, uh, quoting the just what do you call it? Saying the Pledge of Allegiance on the microphone before I started a kind of a patriotic song. You know, and it captures the hearts of people when you see a 1 year old that, you know, most 1 year olds don't speak clearly. They don't speak sentences. He would carry on conversations with adults. Part of that was because I didn't do baby talk to him. I never saw the sense or the practicality in talking to a baby with not enouncing or pronouncing words properly. You know, all these people are like, "Goo, goo, 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 ga, 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 da, 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 da." Why do that? Speak to them as people. They learn that way. And so, yeah, my son was like, and he ended up getting like all A's in all his classes. He's just very keen, very alert, very much. You know, he's put off a little bit of his wisdom going to folly as a late teenager and into his 20s. I say it because he's a motorcyclist now. You know what I'm talking about, Charles. You know what I'm talking about. Man, oh man. His first car he bought was a Mazda. No, second car he bought was a Mazda Miata. And he put me on this app called 360 or something, Life 360 or 360 app, where I would be able to see him because he was getting ready to meet this girl that he met online, and he was driving all the way up past Minneapolis, Minnesota from Chicago area, Indiana actually. He put me on this app, and I taught him to drive good, but I'm looking at the app and I'm watching his speed hit 122 miles an hour going through deer territory in the backwoods of Wisconsin. And I'm like, my gut is turning. I'm like, dude, why are you leaving wisdom behind? You know, wisdom has been chasing you. You're just trying to go faster. I told him that, you know. Oh, what made your day? Hold on. When I met David Allen Coe, he complimented me on the beard. David Allen Coe. Now I got to look who he is. I'm not a, you know, I don't, David Allen Coe. The name sounds familiar. David Allen Coe. Okay. Well, okay. So here's a picture of David Allen Coe with a beard. Hold on a second. Let me get this one out of there. That's David Allen Coe. I'll tell you right now, your beard is 1,000 times better than his. That's all I'm gonna say. I don't know who he is. Anyway, I got to go back. I want to read these. If you shave your beard, you will see. Okay. Do you have some children? Yep, I already answered that. May God bless. Theme. Looks like my cat, Miss Shady. Oh, the girl, yeah, Puma, huh? Yeah, talk normal to children. Yeah, they learn. They learn from what you teach them, and if you're not teaching them words clearly, they won't pick them up. Yeah, people were very, very impressed with my son's um, ability to have adult conversations. He was definitely more um, had a greater vocabulary by the time he was like 14 to 16 months is when he would actually be able to carry on a very good coherent conversation with people, but he was always very serious with talking with people. um very much a storyteller, likes to tell, love to tell stories. And when you got a 1-year-old kid that's telling stories, I mean, that is something that's special. um But I remember I used to have this story I read him. It was called Miss Susie, I think, and it was a story about squirrels. But the whole moral of the story was how men should be in defense of women, especially when bad guys are kind of hurting women. It's the nobility of men that will rise up and stand up against the bad guys. And so, and that's one of the things I liked that story because it had that moral behind it. And at the end of the story, I would tell him, I said, "We are men. We have penises." And he was like, a year old, and he was learning how to pronounce words, and he says, "Men, piece of nussuses." I'll never forget the way he used to say that. And I love, and another thing too, because I'm a guy that worked out my whole life, and I got muscles, and I would show him my muscle, and I would say, you know, "Look at those guns. Look at those guns, son. Look at those guns. That's what you got to get. You got to get those guns." You know. And when he wanted exercise, so I got these little bitty weights for him, so he would work out with me. And I always worked out at home. I never liked the gym scene. But I remember one day he was like in the mirror, flexing himself, and he goes, "Dad, look at these rifles. Look at these rifles." At like 15 months or something. I don't know how old he was. He was under 2 years old, but he's like, "Look at these rifles." And I got a picture of him in the bathtub. He's in this little sitting ring when he was probably 3 months old. He was real young. He was a little infant baby. I think he was 3 or 4 months old. Got him in the bathtub with this little ring to keep him sitting upright so he could play in the water. We just filled up with water and stuff. And he's playing in the water. And all of a sudden, and I got the picture. I got the camera with me because it's just cool to see my son playing in the water. And I have this on my computer. And all of a sudden, he's playing, and he reaches down inside the ring that he's sitting in, and he feels his penis. And I think it was the first time it was like stimulated. And as soon as he feels it, he gets this really joyful smile on his face. And I got a picture of him just lit up, so excited because he found his penis. And I was like, "Yep, this is the beginning of the end." The beginning of the end. He's found his penis. Yeah. Oh, Tony, welcome. Welcome to this live stream where I'm having a little bit of a drink and telling stories. Yeah, give it all to Google. That's what I'm doing. I'm giving it all to Google. and anyone that'll listen. What the heck, Life is great. Life is great. And that's actually one of the reasons I'm having a drink tonight. Because life is great. And things in this world can bog us down. And they can really cause a lot of sorrow. The more you learn, the more sorrow you get. And I've been in a long season of great sorrow with so many things that I will not share online. Just, things that cause great sorrow. And the interesting thing about that is, I got a buddy of mine that got electrocuted. He's one of two people that I've seen come back to life. He got his hands wrapped around a 7,800 volt power line, and he was completely unresponsive for 2 days. They had him on a ventilator, pumping his body with heat and blood moving and, putting oxygen into his lungs, but he had absolutely no response. They were telling him, they were telling me, and they were telling his wife that we had to make plans, funeral arrangements, because he's not responsive. He's not going to live. And I went through my phone contacts. I've got, how many contacts do I have? I didn't have this many at the time, but let's see if it'll say. I thought I had. Hold on a second. I have 1,754 contacts in my phone. 1,754 contacts. I probably had 1,500 at the time. I don't know. It was 2019. But I'm flipping through my contacts one by one. And every single person that I find in my contacts that knows the Lord, I put them aside. I marked them. And I went through and I got like 20 people. Out of all those contacts, 20 people that I know the Lord. And I sent them a picture of my best friend. This is going to be here, I think. I'm going to show you the picture of him when he was in the hospital. So this is I turned it into a meme, okay? Unresponsive. Completely unresponsive for 2 full days. And I sent them that picture. Some of them, I think 2 or 3 of them knew him. The others didn't know him, but they know the Lord. And I asked them to pray for him. And I told him what happened. He's been electrocuted. He's unresponsive. Doctors are saying that there's no hope. He's not going to make it. He's been completely unresponsive. Please pray for him. And then I shut my phone down. And we were in Indianapolis at Eskenazi Hospital. And I walked out of that hospital and I went down to the river. There's a river right there that runs right through the center of town. And there just happened to be like an outdoors area where it was all overgrown wilderness, kind of in the middle of the city. And I went down into the river there and I turned my phone off. I didn't even want any distractions. I just got between me and God and, wanted some time between me and the Lord alone. And I just began to cry unto God because I've only had a few best friends in my life, and he's one of them. And I just wept unto God, and I said, God, I'm going to be selfish. I just lost my best friend a few years ago. And now my only other best friend that I have in my life, please do something. Please bring him back. Please make him alive. I don't want to lose all my friends. And other people prayed too. I'm not going to say it was my prayer, but other people prayed. At that same time, after I had sent out all those texts and I spent my time in prayer, he came back. All of a sudden, his eyes opened up, the alarms start going and beeping, and he wants this tube out of his mouth, and he's got full function of all his body. Burned up pretty bad. He was in a burn unit because when he got on that electric line, his body started flopping around. His hand crimped up onto the electric line, and all of his muscles in his hand and all of his muscles in his arm locked against his body. And um, he was flopping around, and every single place that he touched the ground, electricity was shooting out through his skin and burnt a whole lot of his body. But he came back to life from the dead. And I just talked to him the other day. I was telling him, like, I was reminding him about that story because it's a great testimony. It's a great testimony under what God does when he hears the prayers of his people. And that's why I say I'm not going to say it's my prayers. It's the prayers of the multitude of the saints of God, the people that know him. God hears the prayers of his people. He will answer the prayers of the saints. Jesus said, where two or three agree as touching anything, it shall be done, so that he is glorified. And dude, I'll tell you what, I've only seen two. I've heard other people that have seen more, but I've seen two people rise up from the dead because of prayer with my own eyes, watching them come back. That's something to me that's like, incredible. It's awesome. But fear God. All right, I'm going to catch up with some of these. Sorry, I got into talking. I hope I'm never a grandpa. Looks like my cat Miss Shady. Okay, hold on. Sorry. I'm reading. Yeah, talk. I didn't get too far behind. Talk normal children. I'm sure you will be a great grandpa. I actually, yeah, Ackroft, I hope I'm never a grandpa. I do. I don't want, and it's nothing against women. Women are great. They're great by design. God made a beautiful thing when he made woman. But in the United States and in Western nations in large, women are brainwashed in feminism, and a man's weakness is his penis. It really is. That's his weakness. And I thank God both of my sons are virgins. I've warned them over and over again, and they've seen it with their own eyes because their mother, influenced by feminism, ripped our family apart. And they know how a woman can destroy a man's life in the Western countries and in the United States. And I warn them time and time again, stay away from American women. If you want a woman, you go to a third world country and you find a woman that knows the Lord. That's the key thing. She knows the Lord, that she fears the Lord, that she will fear you, and that she will submit to you willfully, not like tyrannically, but submit to you as her authority in her head. And then get married, but not with a marriage certificate, because if you ask the state, you apply for a license for marriage, then all of a sudden you're literally asking the state to step in and have lordship over that union, in which case the state gives that woman an equal or greater power than you. And you're the husband, the head of the wife, but not if you do that marriage license thing. So I warn people, I warn my sons about that. I hope I'm not, if I'm ever a grandfather, in these times we're living in, it hurts my heart to see children knowing what they're getting ready to grow into in this world. Children are a joy, but we're living in some very, very ominous times coming up. We haven't hit the Great Tribulation yet, but it's coming, and it's not going to be pretty. But that's, I I just don't want to be a grandpa. I don't, because my heart would be broken even more, and I've got a pretty heavily broken heart. Much love from Australia. Thank you, Joanne Gray. Locust, parasites, bulb man. Praise God. Praise Jesus. Demo. Yeah, I don't want to. I appreciate it though. Prayer works. Boy, does it. God does answer prayers. Struggling with addiction. Jesus is the Lord. Oh man. Oh, I didn't realize we had somebody doing spamming in here. Yeah, there's only one God and one mediator between God and man, the man Christ Jesus, who gave himself a ransom for all. And Jesus Christ is the Lord. The Godhead isn't something that people can wrap their carnal minds around, and it's not the Trinity. Read the King James Version Bible; you'll learn. The New Bibles take away God the lordship of Jesus Christ. That's one of the many things that they do. Yeah, keeping it real life, man. You have my permission to time somebody out if they spam it. I just didn't catch it. Sorry. Oh wait, did he start spamming more? Yeah, let's see. Okay, I'm just asking, one or three. What do you think? There is what one God. Yeah, the Godhead isn't something people can understand. Jesus Christ is the Lord. What's up, beautiful people? Colton Miller, welcome, welcome in. And so my sons, I have given them their mother took them away from me when they were young. I think my oldest was 7 or 8, and my youngest was 4 or 5. 5, 4. Yeah, I don't remember. I think 5. Maybe they were 5 and 8. I think. Okay, 2013. Let me see. 9. Yeah, it might have been 6 and 9. They were 6 years old and 9 years old when she took them away. Um, so I got to be in their lives every day of their life until they were 6 years old and 9 years old. And then I had them every other weekend, and then I would get them for uh, 2 weeks on and 2 weeks off during the summertime. And I took advantage of every single minute that I could have with my sons. I just wanted to pour into them and love them and be there for them. I was not the dad that was gonna spoil them. I refused to spoil them, but I showed them genuine love. I made them work for the things that they had to work for. I was strict with the rules of the house. Men are tempted to to kind of bypass justice with their children when they're limited on how much time they have with them. I didn't see that much as a temptation, but I could see how it could be a temptation because you want them, if you love your children, you want that love to be reciprocated. But what I learned is if you're just with your children, they know you love them. That you don't even have to convince them. You don't have to lavish them with spoilings and praises and presents. They just know love. True love is something that's, it surpasses all of the things in this world. And thankfully, God has blessed me with the ability to instill uh, a lot into them because I want them to grow up in this fucking wicked world as men. I always looked at my job as their father to help mold them into the unique men that they will become and to become men, not the modern day fucking emasculated fucking pussies. I'd say don't get me started, but I got myself started. I didn't even need any starter fluid. That's what it is. I use starter fluid. It got me started. Hey, Benny, welcome. I'm glad you like me. Some people either like me or they hate me. Do you drive a Mercury by chance? Wait a minute. Benny, I'm going to say if you go back and you listen to some of what I've shared this stream already, you'll understand. No, I drive a Ford truck, dude. No, I don't. That's actually not true. I drive a Ford truck whenever I've got one in my possession, but I don't own one. Um, but yeah, no, I used to be fearful of people that drove Ford trucks for some reason long before I became born again when I was young. All right, hold on a second. Don't be spamming the chat. Don't spam the chat, Santo. That's one thing I don't put up with. I don't censor people for anything else. But spam, you start flooding my chat, you're going to be gone. Give it a minute if you want to say something, please. I give a warning. I don't even want to just, you know, stop you, but don't spam my chat, man. I got to go now. I got to scroll to read and see what I missed because you filled it up. I have one for sale. Barry, where are you located at, Barry? The automatic is fucked though. Oh, the transmission? What's your solution to the Jewish question? I don't know what the Jewish question is. Hello. There's Santo. Big bro, how are you? I'm from India. Where are you from, big brother? Like, done? Let me see what I got here. Okay. I'm using a magnifying glass because I need a new prescription for my lenses. I drive a, hold on a second. I drive a good truck. As atoms, you are energy trapped within physical bodies to control and contain your unlimited power. Oh, no, we have limited power for sure. 80 sluice. Yeah, within a simulated reality, questions you're created. No. Oh, yeah. No. That sounds like a lot of New Age teaching, which is Satanism. You know, ye shall be uh, like him. That's what Satan, you know, told Eve in the garden. No, we are definitely limited. God is limited. Even the Lord God, the creator of heaven and earth, is limited by his own word. He limits himself. He says that he cannot sin. That's something people are like, oh, God can do anything. No, he can't do anything. He can't sin. He cannot look on sin. Sin is going to be judged. Um, what else can't he do? There's a few things the Bible says that his words say that he cannot do. Barry, you got kids? Yes, 2 sons. Mine keep punching me. Keep punching you? Uh, oh, sir, how's it going today? Welcome, Sergeant McTavish. It's going well today. Today is a good day. I'm enjoying it. I got to add some more wood on the stove. Why can't I see that chat? What chat? So hold on a second. Let me see. Yeah, I got it set to all messages. Um, I don't know what chat you're talking about, but if you hit, and I think it's, I got to look at it now. I think it's in the top right corner. If you tap the button, I think that's where it's at. Hold on a second. Google puts these things on. Yeah. So in the top right corner, if this is your right corner, I don't know. Wait, maybe I do. Hold on. I'm gonna double check here. I think this is right. Yeah, so if you hit, there's 3 dots here, and if you tap those 3 dots, then it'll give you a pop-up menu, and then you can scroll up, or you're actually scrolling to get down, which is hidden, and it'll say chat filter. If you tap on chat filter, because it's automatically set to all top messages, if you hit chat filter and set it to all messages, then you'll see the messages that Google decided they didn't want to be seen. Or YouTube, GooTube, fuck GooTube, fuck this piece of shit fucking What am I at? I'm at 23%. Yeah, that ain't too bad. This is a long live stream. I have not done a long live stream like this in a while. Hello, welcome, Raj. Sergeant Mac Tavish. Sir, I really like your voice and energy. So what are you doing currently? Like any job, business, or something? So this is my slow season. I'm a window cleaner by trade. I climb ladders and I clean windows. Mostly residential. I do commercial, a few commercial jobs, but that's what I do. I am a window cleaner. All right, let's see what we got here. I'm starting to feel a little bit of a chill in the room here. So there's my wood burning stove. It's got plenty of coals. There's my pile of kindling. Oh yeah. I highly recommend, here, let me go back here now. A good name brand welder's glove. You can grab a hold of coals with these things. They're made for grabbing hot steel. And that's what I use to tend the fire. And what I do in the wintertime, I cut down trees. And I make cut logs, and then I split the logs. And I put the logs in there, and it keeps my house nice and toasty. That's one that's going to last till the morning. Oh yeah, and it's all good oak wood too, man. Well seasoned oak. I've been chatting for a while here. So I had a choice to make. I hope I made the right one. My Steel MS 441 chainsaw, which has been the best chainsaw that I've ever owned in my life, took a dump. Lost compression, engine cut out. As soon as it cut out, I pulled that cord and I felt there was no resistance, and I knew the engine's done. So I could either try to learn how to do the rebuild myself. I've changed an engine out in a saw before, but the MS 441 is a little more complicated than the average chainsaw. Or I could go buy a brand new one for $1,700. Or have my saw rebuilt with an aftermarket. So that's what I decided to do, but I can't get my saw in until this coming week. Yeah, I think that's what I'm going to do. Right now I'm sitting on a bunch of trees that I got at least one tree that's down and needs to be cut up. And then I've got 10 more trees that I need to cut down and cut up. And it's killing me not cutting those trees, because I love my tree work. I do. It's something I live to do in the wintertime. I just love it. It's part of my, exercise. Things slow down with the window cleaning, and I gotta. I'm 54 years old, almost 55, but I challenge myself physically. That my job is physically challenging. Yeah, I got a gym. I'll show you. I'll show you what I got. It's kind of messy, but it is what it is. I do a home gym. It's dark in here. Let me see. Yeah, so I got I got these are for my exercises for the deadlifts. I do like increment going up and then coming back down pyramids. And I got like the pulley cable system. I've got a whole shitload of weights, man. I probably got 1,000 pounds worth of weights at least. No, I probably got 1,500 or more full of weights. Yeah, I love working out. I got the dumbbells here. I got too many benches. My room is kind of messed up. I just bought this extra cage because I got a really good deal on this one, and it's one that I used to own before. It's a Weeder Pro. Uh, and this one I like a lot because it's just a stronger, thicker gauge steel, and it'll hold a lot more weight. And I do a lot of weight. I'm not a pussy or a wimp. I actually love strength training. That's my deal. That's my thing. I love strength training. Um, this one here I like because it's got these on the outside. So I use this bench and I can do my bench press. Well, I can't do a bench press with this one because this one doesn't have outside, like here, it's got these hooks on the inside, which are made for squatting. This is great for squatting, but there's nothing on the outside. And to bench press, you really do need to have something that's over your head, not over your chest. So, yeah, I don't really like this one so much. If I had a bench press, and that's what I used to have, was an actual bench press that I could do my bench work in. Because, to me, in strength training, the three big are huge. There's a lot more than three exercises, but the main ones are squats, deadlifts, and bench press. Those are the biggest ones. Those are the money makers. Those are what you work every single muscle in your body when you do squats, deadlifts, and bench press. Every single muscle. You strengthen it all. You're using every single muscle in your body. I thought about doing a workout on live stream. Yeah, and I was like, yeah, no, I kind of like keeping my workouts to myself. I really do. I don't like to be looked at. That's why I don't want to go to the gyms. I I compete against myself. I don't compete against other people. Um, Hold on, let me see what we got. Whoa, that's a good idea to keep warm. Sir, can we use coals in burn pit instead of logs? Well, that's what causes coals is logs. So you got to put logs in, and then they burn and they become coals. You look a bit like Eric Rowan from WWE. I don't know who that is. That Jim. Yeah, it's messy. I'm not like the cleanest dude or the neatest guy. That's where it'd be nice to have a wife. You just tell me where to put this 560 pounds, and I'll put it there. But if you got a vacuum, sure. You want to dust, I'll move shit around for you. I'll move the weight around. You just do your little fluttery stuff that women do. I do wish I had a wife. Life sucks without a wife, but it's just not in the cards for me right now. If there's a woman in here from Indiana, I would it would be a good thing. I talked to the Lord about it, I know where I'm at. He knows where I'm at. He knows I want to have a wife. I don't want to be spanking my meat. I want to be spanking a woman. you know? But it's not just that. That's a great benefit to having a wife, but it's not just that. A wife is someone that can really be a benefit and help to a man. And a man can really be a benefit and help to a woman. That's how God made us, to help each other, to be compatible, like in so many ways. But the culture has divided women and men in very ungodly and wicked ways. And I don't like that. I just want a woman. I mean, I wouldn't mind having 3 wives or 4 wives. I think after Jesus comes back and he's reigning upon the earth for 1,000 years, I might have 7 wives. I might have 3 or 4 concubines. He's going to be ruling the nations with the rod of iron, and the law of the land is going to be the law of God. And if nowadays modern women, especially in the West, they're like, "Oh no, I need to be your only woman." It's like, well, no, you don't need to have the monopoly on the bedroom because I'm the one that's in charge, not you. You know, if I was born with a vagina and not a penis, it would be a different story. I'd look at things as God said, and I'd be submissive to a husband. But God doesn't. That's another thing. Women are supposed to submit willfully. It's not a tyrannical ordering thing. It's willfully submit. It's a pleasure to do the bidding of your master, your Lord, which is what the husband is. The husband is the master and the Lord of the woman. But they got it backwards now. Yeah, but that's the thing is, so I wouldn't mind having 1 wife. I'd be fine with 1 wife, but she would have to understand that it's acceptable to have more than 1 wife. That it should be an honor to her if I chose to not have another woman, but it shouldn't be an offense and a horrible thing to her if I did. If I had 3 wives, is she going to be angry? Do you read the Bible? I actually put one of my shorts on there. I said King Solomon had 700 wives and 300 concubines and peace on every side. Today, if a woman so much as thinks her husband looks at another woman with any hint of desire, she loses her shit and turns his house into a war zone. Keep calm, women. Keep calm, ladies. Read your Bibles. Read your Bibles. You want to. What's the design? I got a whole lot to say about that. Home gym is the best thing to stay fit and stay mentally strong. So I think so. I love it. That's sir. I'm glad you're paying attention to fitness and strength. You got to, man. These bodies need to be exercised. Hold on a second. Yeah, I'm 50, almost 55 years old, dude, and I'm probably in better physical shape than most 25-year-old men. Most. I'd say, I would have to guess probably, I would say I'm probably in the top 10% of the fittest 25-year-olds. I'm definitely in the top 1% of the fittest 55-year-olds. That's one thing I know for sure. But my whole body, my whole life, I have physically exercised. I don't go to doctors for anything that, if there was an emergency, where I had a compound fracture, I actually think I might work on trying to get it done myself. I might try to recruit one of my best friends to give me a hand, doing something I might need to do. I don't like doctors. I study natural medicine. I study nutrition. I've learned a lot of things that I would rather do myself than trust my life and body into the hands of allopathic medical practitioners. I don't take their poisons. I just I stay far away from them. You go to a doctor, they're going to find something wrong. They're going to give you a medicine, and the medicine's going to fuck you up. And there I go again, Now YouTube's going to put me in medical. They called it medical misinformation prison. They put me in for 3 months. They shut my channel down for 3 months because I spoke the truth. All right, sorry about that. I went on a little rant. I got that. I got started with starting fluid. That rum. But you see, I've been sipping and nursing this thing for 3 hours. 2 glasses for 3 hours. I'm not getting drunk. I'm just keeping a nice little buzz, and I like it. Um, let's see. Home gym. Yep, I read that one. Exactly, sir. My thoughts too. I compete myself, and I feel better working out alone. Having your own personal aura is something else. Yep. Yes, sir. Sometimes wives are important. Yes, wives. A woman is important. It is not good that a man should be alone. God made the woman of the man for the man to the glory of the man. A woman is a glory unto a man, and she is a prize for a man to find. I've shared my sons. I've told them, taught them, hey, if you want to get a wife, make sure she's born of the Spirit of God. Make sure she fears God, she loves the Lord, and she will submit herself willfully. Not like it's a task, but willingly. Like you go to work and you do what your boss says, right? It's the same kind of thing. Your boss says something, you don't argue with him, you don't fight with him. Fuck, my wife used to slap me. She'd contend with me constantly, contentious bitch. And I'd call her a bitch. She'd slap me. I'd call her a cunt. She'd slap me. I'd say, don't be a bitch then. Don't be a cunt. And that's a whole nother story. I'm getting a little personal here. Well, it's way past my bedtime. Right on, Charles. It's way past my bedtime too. But I did take an hour and a half nap today. You will never see me up past 11 o'clock or 12 o'clock if I haven't taken a nap. Thanks for hanging out with me, Charles. Peace to you, man. Um, Having one true wife is such a beautiful thing a man and a woman can have. 80s and 90s girls and women were having the feminine thing with them, but nowadays women and girls are very dangerous. Yes, they are. The culture, the women have been inundated, men and women people have been inundated with all sorts of propaganda and brainwashing to draw people away from what God created us to be. And you can see it, and they're pushing it in the entertainment industry, they're pushing it in the curriculum in the public schools, in the private schools, in the um just everywhere you go online, they got all these different areas and things. It's evil, dude. It's evil. Read the King James Version Bible. Get rid of those new Bibles. Oh, it's telling me my battery power is down to 15%. Charles has vacated the chat. I'm almost out of starter fluid. I should probably put it down, but that's the thing. Usually when I drink, I'll have 1.5 glasses, and that's what I have, 1.5 glasses. And right now, it's kind of repulsive to me. Like I don't really want it, but I don't want to waste it either. And this stuff ain't the same if you put it in the fridge. It's just not. I tried that once and I ended up dumping it down the drain, but I don't like dumping away money either because it's money. You're totally right at that point. Ladies nowadays are having fucked up mentality. I know. Can you give me some advice? It's been tough. Stupos. Yeah, I don't know what you want advice about. If you be more specific, I might be able to give you some advice. Um, so, but I did hear that 80% of women in the United States are on some form of psychotropic medication for mental illness. 80%. The concerning part about that is that 20% are walking around without medication. Yeah, that's an anti-feminist joke. I made some bad financial choices. Also, I'm a woman if you have any questions. Stupos. Um, without getting into specifics, making some bad financial choices can that can have all sorts of levels to them. The first thing I would say is acknowledge the evil in your decisions. That's something that a lot of people have a hard time with. Acknowledge the evil in your decisions. The love of money is the root of all evil, and people will make decisions for the love of money that are drastically evil. My first piece of advice would be allow yourself to face the reality of the evil that you have done in that. And I'm not going into specifics. I don't need to. I don't need to hear them. You're welcome to contact me if you want to talk in any depth or detail. That's up to you. I leave my email open for people to contact me. But my number one advice to you would be to look introspectively and then seek God. God can do the things that men cannot do. He does forgive sin, but you have to confess it. If we confess our sins, he's faithful and just to forgive us. That's why Jesus came. He came to forgive us for our sins. But we have to confess evil is evil and good is good. Don't switch them around. Don't set evil light for darkness and darkness for light. Don't call evil good and call good evil. Um, we're brought up in a backwards world. My advice to you would be to seek to know the Lord and seek to find mercy in him first. He is the one that knows every detail of everything in your life. He has the numbers of your hair. He knows the very numbers of your hair, and he cares for you. He cares for you greatly, and he understands that we are but man. And I say that, you say you're a woman, but mankind. We are but mankind. We we're sinful. We defile everything we touch. We do. We're defiled creatures because of sin. That's why he sent Jesus to die in our stead so that we can find mercy. There is mercy to be found. If I could give anyone any advice in anything, it is to seek God for mercy because this life is temporary. It's passing, it's fleeting. And there are great troubles. And there are sometimes we have to face the consequences of our decisions, even though we find mercy in God. And there are some times where God extends grace to where we can subvert or we can avoid the consequences because we put our trust and love in him, and he takes care of his sheep, and he will not put us through more um, than what is common unto man. And so that would be my thing. Well, live stream ended. What happened here? I don't know what happened. Okay. I'm sorry, I'm looking at this thing. It's so okay. I should have paid attention. My phone was telling me that the battery is going down. I don't have much time here left. Um, Money is not evil. No, the love of money is. It's has it use it the wrong way. Yeah, the cockheads that use it the wrong way. It's the love of money. Look past God and witness the matrix. I don't know what you're saying there, man. Um, Shireen, hi, please send love and hope to my people in Iran. We need your support. It looks to me like that looks like a copy and paste kind of a message that somebody put in the chat. I'm very, very leery of things like that, especially when you fill them with emojis. You know, it's like, it looks to me like you're trying to, I don't know. And that's the only thing you say. You come in here with one message. It's all, yeah, that's some kind of a spam thing. Um, I avoid becoming emotionally invested into things people tell me when I get like a discernment that something's awry, for sure. But I do pray for people that I know are earnest. Like I get a discernment. I don't have a discernment of all things, but I get discernment, and I look at that, and I pay attention to the discernment I get, and like Shirin's message, I'm getting a discernment that's a copy and paste, and Sharon says might not even be in, or could be a fake account for all I know. I'm gonna look real quick. Look and see. Um, Go to channel, and it is all in Arabic with emojis all over and videos and shorts of cats. Lots of cats. I don't know. So I'm gonna. It's not spam. Yeah, Sharon. Persian. Well, I'm getting a discernment something's wrong. You just came in here like you're not involved in any conversation. You just immediately come in with a message like that. It looks to me like copy paste spam thing. You know, hey, I could be wrong. I'm not saying you're not being truthful. I'm not saying you are being truthful. I'm just saying that yeah, it's not jiving. There's something not jiving with this thing. I I feel bad for the people of every nation that are suffering underneath the tyranny of all of their governments, because that's every nation in the world. We are literally living in the last days that the Bible speaks of. And times are going to get worse. They're going to get way worse for every single nation. It's going to be what's the greatest trouble that the world has ever seen. But I am taking my evening to try to not focus on those kinds of things because there's great sorrow that I have over them. And so right now, I've got a little bit of starting fluid that I'm pouring into my veins to lighten the heart. But yeah, if you want, contact me in my email. I might have a different uh, viewpoint after speaking with you. Sorry, I'm going to try to miss. I missed some chats here. I don't want to miss. People are taking the time to write things, and I don't want to just miss them. All right, so this is John R7, and he comes back again. It's an illusion. Oh, thank you so much, Stupos. Yeah, you're welcome. I hope that helps. Honestly, sir, I am 23 years old, adult boy, and I have never had a girlfriend in my entire life till now. I always want a girl who understands and respects me the same way I love her, because I am not only loving the body, but also I am seeking a soul to rest at my shoulders to. I get that, dude. I get that. Hey, man. Um, yeah. Sometimes people take their time, spend their time to type things that really are not profitable to even read. Sure is no. Okay. One message equals spam. More news at 11. Crow fist, right? It's not spam. Yeah, there are people that will copy and paste things similar to that into other chats. I see people do those kinds of things all the time. I'm not saying it just looks like spam. That's what I'm saying. As far as copy and paste, just because you get one message in your email box doesn't mean it's not spam if they've sent that one message to like 30,000 people or 130,000 people. That's what I'm getting at. I'm not Arab. You're in Persia, though. Are you in Persia? I am Persian. I'm not Arab. That's interesting because they have Persians, the Chaldeans, the Arabs. There's like a a kind of like a defining line regionally over that area. Oh, you left. Okay, Cortland, New York here. Caribou, Kaka, Cacao, Brigad, Brigardo. Are you living relationship advice? If I am not wrong, are you like giving relationship advice? If I am not wrong. Yeah, I think so. That's true. This is literally end. My bad. Sorry. Um, yeah, I'm not sure what you mean there, Sharinch. And you know, I do apologize if I offended you for having doubts. I just do. I have doubts. One of the things that I don't take as a common thing is my time in prayer. My time in prayer is not a common thing. I spend my time in as I do talking, but I try to spend more time listening than I do talking. And I spend my time, my secret place with the Lord over things that I'm being moved by the Spirit of God to enter into on behalf of people. It's kind of hard to explain, maybe, but I've watched a whole bunch of people in churchianity, is what I call it, pray as a congregation over the loss and the family members that have lost children in events where the event was a complete hoax. No children were lost. The entire event was a complete hoax. But yet, the congregation gathered together and they invested their emotions into their prayers unto God. And that actually calcified and solidified in their minds and in their hearts that this couldn't be a hoax, that it must be real because they are invested emotionally. And it is important to be emotionally invested in your prayers, but it's also important to test all things. I give way more investment into people's lives that I know. People that I know, even people I don't know, I invest into people I don't know when I know that there's an actual thing going on. If that makes sense. I hope it makes sense. I'm not trying to, blow smoke. That's not me. I'm very guarded, especially when it comes to my prayer time. But I do pray for the people and the citizens of the nations of this world in this time that we're living in, because we're in unprecedented times and things are being moved forward in a very horrible direction all over the world. It's not just Iran. But I've also heard that Iran is making the headline news lately And that's always a big red flag because the narratives that they give to the masses are always full of shit. And people suck it in. They just like, ooh, yum, yum. Let me get some more of that turd because it feels good to my heart. For real, you got to watch it. So what do you do for a living, if you don't mind me asking? Oh yeah, I'm a window cleaner. I have a window cleaning business, and in the wintertime it slows down, so I cut trees down and split firewood. Um, hello, my fellow. Are we united for? Oh, dude, I don't know what you're talking about, man. No, I guess it takes all kinds of, in this world, but I don't have any unity on any person based upon their skin color. I don't. I got some brown people that I love, and I got some white people I hate. I got some white people I love, and I got some brown people I hate. I don't judge people by their skin color, and I definitely don't consider somebody my fellow just because they have a similar amount of melanin. That's that's kind of like ignorance 101. But we are all from one man, Adam. Every one of us, every single person on this earth is related by our great, 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 great times a million. No, not a million, but times 10,000, or not even 10,000, maybe times 700, whatever. Grandfather Adam. He's the father of, every man is of Adam. And Eve is the mother of all living. I'll be right back. It is kind of cool to see a bunch of new people coming in, though. Um, I was in YouTube prison for like 3 months, and the only reason I actually do live is to be able to engage with people and share what comes out of my life, out of my head, out of my, the things I've learned. I want to be a blessing to people. That's what I want to do. Okay, hold on. Figure it out eventually. Yeah, you never know. Some people may never learn. Iran, countries of Africa, the USA, and many other places, things are messed up. They are, dude. They are. We are not the same. Yeah, I don't know. Weirdo. I don't know who you're saying is a weirdo. Me? Roy? I don't get angry with people like that, though. Like Man Hanf one. I don't get angry with them. It's kind of sad to me that people actually have that kind of mentality, but for all I know, he could be a chatbot, you know. Shit, it was probably close to 10 years ago where they announced that big tech companies were using chatbots to enter into conversations with people in the comment section of social media to basically get a reaction, and it helps the algorithms to help profile people on what triggers them. And that's really one of the main things. They want to trigger people into emotional responses so that they can better learn how to control a person. You know, the internet is not all people. And so you got to be guarded. You got to be guarded. Guard your heart. For out of it cometh the issues of life. And that's one thing. We are easily taken by our own emotions. The scripture says the heart of man is above all things deceptive and desperately wicked. Um, Let me see. Do you think being in a relationship worth it? If it is good, um, if it is good, yes. God designed man, and he created man in His own image, and He made a help that is suitable for a man, which is woman, of the man, for the glory of the man. And if you're in a relationship, if you're a man and you're in a relationship with a woman, then if she recognizes you as her Lord, not with a capital L, but as her master, and she does that with desire to serve you, that's a great thing, 100%. But if she looks at it as a partnership, run the other fucking way. It's not a partnership. It is a union, but it's not a partnership. It's not an equal thing. That's not how God designed it. God designed men to be over the woman, you know, to be the head of the wife. She should come under his covering. He is to protect her. He is to care for her. She is a very fragile vessel and a very prized possession. A woman is. But if she doesn't acknowledge and understand the very design of her creation, it's going to be trouble. It's going to be trouble. That's my advice on that. Fear is a trigger. See you next time. Hey, Sergeant, thanks for coming in. Stay hydrated, take care, and stay healthy. I try, man, I do. And to sway public opinion, particularly around elections. Oh, yeah, dude. Anything that we're deceived in, it's usually investing, recruiting our emotions into. You know, when your emotions are recruited and you are literally like being moved by your emotions, that's the time. It's kind of like a check engine light showing up on your vehicle. Something's going on inside that shouldn't be going on inside. Take a minute back, take a step back and think about it. Push your emotions away outside of the realm of whatever situation you've received. Set your emotions aside and begin to critically analyze the information that is causing your emotions to be taken. That's an important thing. That's what I should have told that other person who asked me for advice. That's another good thing that people should heed. It's very, very good advice. Don't allow your emotions to blind you, because they will. God is the Lord. He's the creator of the heavens and the earth. He preserved his words for every generation. The King James Version Bible is the only English translation that we have of every word of God that's been preserved throughout all time. If you want to know who God is, read who he says he is. You know, read who he says he is. I'm not going to tell you to go to any of those churches. In fact, I will warn you to stay the fuck away from those houses of ill repute, because those are not God's churches. Those are religious institutions that have been set up by man for the purpose and the agenda of man. They are not doing God's will. They are not doing the work of the Lord. They are 100% satisfying their own selves. It's wicked. It's evil. But God has preserved his word. Those who love the truth and seek the truth, check out his word. Pride gets in the way. It's been a problem since day one. Well, pride is a problem. You know, I don't have pride in the color of my skin. I don't have pride in the nation that I was born in. I didn't have a choice. Why you have pride in that? The only thing that I can boast of is who God is, really. He is the Lord. He's the creator of heaven and earth. If you look at the most vast amount of beauty in the that we can observe from the ground up into the heavens, it's amazing. If you look into it, you'll never come to an end. If you get the strongest telescope that's known to man and you focus it in on a spot that looks dark by the eye and you focus it in, it's full of light. There are all sorts of stars that we can't even see with our naked eyes. And it's like the beauty and the glory is eternal. When we look up, we're looking into an eternal realm that we cannot comprehend with our minds. And then when we look in a microscope, and I like this because I've seen the electro, what do they call those? The electro microscopes, electro something microscopes. But anyway, you look at a snowflake. You zoom in on a microscope and you look at a snowflake, and there's a little cavern in that snowflake. So then you zoom into the electron microscope. You zoom into that cavern, and it's full of all sorts of treasures and glory and designs. Very unique designs, and every single snowflake is different. And you zoom into those designs and there's more caverns. And you zoom into those and there's more caverns. And every single cavern in one snowflake is impossible to discover all of it because you're touching into an eternal treasure that the Lord has put upon the earth for man to behold. And it is beauty. And then God will produce these snowflakes in an innumerable amount to cover and blanket the earth with beauty. When the snow comes on and it settles upon the landscape, it's just so beautiful to see, and it's pure. It's pure and it's holy, and it's great. Then all of a sudden, man comes along. You know what we can do with all that beauty and glory and design? We can take a handful of it and we can turn that into piss. That's what man can do. Man can turn all that beauty, a handful of innumerable eternal beauty, and we put it in our mouths and we can turn it into piss. That's what we can do. That's how good we are. When somebody says we are God, it's like, yeah, you've got the ability to turn all that beauty and eternal glory into piss. That's how good you are. Really, that's how good you are. Man defiles shit. We walk through that snow and we defile the very look of the beauty of the blanket. You know, man, I could go on about that. God is awesome. He is awesome. He is the one that designed and created everything. Can you talk about Matthew 28, 1 through 10? Well, Matthew 28, that would be I'll just pull it up. I can talk about it, but I'm going to refresh myself. With numbers, I'm not always very familiar with, but the words I am familiar with. I don't know how many times I've read the Bible through, a lot, but I read it to understand it. Oh boy. Dry hands don't do good for turning rice paper. Wow. I had to get a big print, large print Bible. Matthew 28, 1. In the end of the Sabbath, as it began to draw forward, the first day of the week, Mary Magdalene and the other Mary, came Mary Magdalene and the other Mary to see the sepulchre. And behold, there was a great earthquake, for the angel of the Lord descended from heaven, and came and rolled back the stone from the door and sat upon it. His countenance was like lightning, and his raiment was white as snow. And for fear of him, the keepers did shake and became as dead men. And the angel answered and said unto the women, Fear not ye, for I know that ye seek Jesus, which was crucified. He is not here, for he is risen. As he said, come, see the place where the Lord lay, and go quickly and tell his disciples that he is risen from the dead. And behold, he goeth before you into Galilee. There shall ye see him. Lo, I have told you. And they departed quickly from the sepulchre with fear and great joy, and did run to bring his disciples words. And as they went to tell his disciples, behold, Jesus met them, saying, All hail! And they came and beheld him, and they came and held him by the feet and worshipped him. Um, Let me see where I'm at now. Can you talk about that, Stupus? Um, that was probably the greatest moment of victory that this world has ever seen. It was the conquering of sin and the conquering of death. And, that is basically, I don't know, I could go on about it, but it looks like I got a bunch more people. But yeah, that was the resurrection. It wasn't on Easter, I'll tell you that. Easter is the name of a pagan god, an ancient Babylonian goddess. Her name was Ashtaroth, and they worshiped her by sacrificing rabbits and eggs as a sign of the fertility, because she was considered to be a fertility goddess. Jesus didn't rise from the dead on Easter. He rose from the dead on the first day of the week after the Passover. But, all right. Can you talk about, okay, what's the script say? Let me see what else we got here. Chicken Joe. Hey, man, my dog tried to catch a catfish. He didn't realize how big they got. Unfortunately, he didn't make it. Yeah. No, can't do that, man. I won't do that because I don't know anything about that. God designed it, but Satan was given dominion over it. No, God gave dominion to man. Yeah, God created the heavens and the earth, and he gave man dominion over all of the earth, over all of the fish of the sea, over all of the birds of the air, and over all the beasts of the field, and every creeping thing. God has given man dominion over all the earth. And because of sin, man has yielded authority and power to the devil. And that's one of the reasons Satan tempts man into sinning. Um, yeah, the nation that's recognized as Israel by the United Nations, that's not the Israel of God. The people that are running that country are the globalists, they're Satanists, they're industry monopolists. They're wicked and evil men that serve Satan knowingly, and they're involved in occult practices. And they do all sorts of wicked rituals with their practices. They're evil. They're not God's people. Everything in that book has passed. King James was, oh, yeah. You've been following a lot of things, lies that God's words are historically accurate. They are scientifically accurate, they are prophetically accurate, and they are literally true. You will hear, and you will either believe or you won't believe. But I don't promote any, religious system. I don't promote any, organization. I want people to know the Lord. I met the Lord. It's not what you think. You're going to be judged. He's going to judge every man according to his own works. I hope you come to faith in him. I hope you settle it in your heart to seek him with your whole heart and not be angry with him and not dismiss him, because, there's coming a time where you're going to give account for every single deed that you've ever done in this body. because God created you in his image for his glory and for his purpose. And you've sinned. You've done wicked. You've done evil. You're going to be judged for that. That's why Jesus came, so that you could find mercy. Oh, death, where is thy sting? Yeah, the sting of death is sin. And the victory is the grave. Where is the victory of the grave? It has been swallowed up. Thank you, Lord. I don't often pray on that. That's about the most I'll go into a prayer in a live stream. Prayer should not be on a camera. When you see people praying on camera in a live stream, they're only doing it to be seen of men. They're not doing it to be in that secret place in communion with the Lord. They're doing it for the purpose of the viewer. You know, if I'm gonna pray while I'm doing the live stream, you're gonna see me. You're gonna see me do something like this. You're gonna see me mute my mic, and then you'll see a green screen come up. Probably be something like this, and then I'll mute my mic. Well, wait, no, then I'll flip it around so you don't even see me, and then I'll mute my mic. My point is, I'm not going to pray to be seen of men. My prayer time, I will pray with other people in their presence. But my prayer time between me and the Lord, Jesus said, when you pray, don't be like the hypocrites who love to be seen of men. You know, don't do that. Verily I say unto you, they have their reward. But when thou prayest, enter into thy closet, and when you have shut the door, then pray after this manner in secret. For your Father which seeth in secret shall reward thee openly. These people that are praying in their live streams, they are doing it for the praises of men. I'm looking for the green screen option because I want to get that out of here. I'm just not into the green screen right now. They're doing it to be seen of men, and here's the reward that they get. Somebody comes in and they say, oh, please pray for the the people of Iran. 30,000 people are being killed or whatever. I'm just saying that, just throwing it out there. And so then all of a sudden they break everything and they begin to enter prayer. And they'll close their eyes, which God says, lift up your eyes. Why do we close our eyes when we pray, right? God says, lift up your eyes. God says, lift up your hands. But people want to do the Hindu thing. This is a Hindu thing. When people fold their hands together like this is actually a namaste symbol acknowledging one of the Hindu gods inside of a person. That's what the prayer hands are. The praying hands, it's not praying like God said. God said, lift up holy hands unto the Lord without wrath or doubting. So when you pray, you should be reaching up unto God with your hands, not holding them down underneath you, bowed over. You know, it's good to bow in prayer. I'm not saying it's not good to bow in prayer. I do. I bow before God when I pray. But my point is, somebody that really knows the Lord is going to be taught of God by his word. And they're not going to be making their prayers known to be seen of men on a camera and a live stream. They're not going to do that because that's not what God actually says to don't do that. So if Jesus Christ is truly their Lord, then why would they rebel against what Jesus Christ literally commanded them to don't do? Don't be like the hypocrites. It is one of those things that kind of peeves me a little bit is when I see these fake Christians trying to make themselves a name among the live streams or whatever. And they're all over the place. Like you flip through the live streams, you see people all the time talking about God and talking about Jesus, and they'll even read some Bible and then they'll go into praying for. I've seen guys that have prayed for 15, 20 minutes without stopping. 15 to 20 minutes without stopping. Oh wait, what's this? Clipboard? I gotta do something here. Um, Be not rash with thy mouth, and let not thine heart be hasty to utter anything before God. For God is in heaven, and thou upon the earth. Therefore, let thy words be few. That is an admonition and a commandment of the Lord regarding prayer. Don't be hasty to utter anything before the Lord. But then you got these people that over there, oh, amen and hallelujah, and, and they start speaking in tongues and they start yelling and hollering and all that. It's like they're not talking to the Lord. They're literally blaspheming God and they're rebelling against what God said. I'm pretty zealous about that. What about the prince of the power of the air? Yes, what about him? That one's called shit trail. I got to remember that. Yeah, that's not Israel. It's shit trail. Yeah, King James 16:11. My sheep hear my voice. Oh, there you go. I gotta tell you, I love that username. Now I gotta go check out your channel. My sheep hear my voice. Um, Inner leading of the Holy Spirit. God's word is number one. Prayer, desires, and circumstances. Godly counselors, relationship with Jesus Christ, and prayer. Man, I don't know why you don't have Bible verses about the Bible. Live. You've done some lives. Okay. I'm going to do this. I'm going to check that out. You did a 5-hour live stream. That's pretty cool. So I'm going to save that to watch later. My sheep hear my voice. Thank you for coming on here. Just to see your username was a blessing. Thank you. Yeah, that's an interesting thing. That James commissioned the work of the translation to be done um, of the preserved words of God from the original languages into the English language. And he commissioned 54 of the world's leading linguistic scholars, and they were very, very intelligent, astute, knowledgeable men. And they were all men of faith, which is an important thing. And the commission was to translate every single word into the English language, not adding any words or taking any away, except for grammar. The content of the word was not to be changed. And so in the King James Version Bible, when you read, you will see that there are some words that are italicized. I'm looking for an example that I can show you. Where a word is italicized, it's going to be backwards. Hold on. Let me pull up. There we go. The word men. The word men is italicized right there. And the reason is because that was added for grammar. In the context of the Hebrew, which this was written in the context of the Hebrew, the word men was not there, but the word men belongs there because of the context. So the actual word for word translation of this verse was upright shall be astonished at this. Well, upright shall be astonished at this doesn't make sense grammatically in the English language. So in the context, they added a word, but they italicized the word to show that that word was not in the original text. That is how diligent of a translation it is, that every single word was translated into the English language, and any that were added for grammar were specifically italicized to indicate that they were not in the original text. Oxford, Cambridge, and Westminster linguistic schools. Textus Receptus, New Testament, Masoretic texts, Old Testament, yes, and the Byzantine. Masoretic and Byzantine texts, yes. Sounds like somebody knows a little something, something. That's a good thing. Knowledge is good. My people are destroyed for lack of knowledge. You know, they are. They're destroyed all day long because of lack of knowledge. Man, does it bother me to see so many people refuse to learn. You know, people are so stubborn. That's one of the reasons I don't censor the chat. I don't like to be censored. I go into other chat rooms, especially these religious ones where they talk about God. They're just babbling. They're just babbling, trying to find a following, get clicks and likes, get, super chats or money, whatever, and they're trying to win the hearts of people. And sometimes they're trying to pump up their own faith, whatever they're believing in. But I go in there and I post scripture, all of a sudden, boom, I'm deleted. They ban me right away, all the time. I get banned all the time by the Christians. The Christians. Why? Because I come with sound doctrine and I point out conflicts and contradictions. I speak the truth, and we're living in a time where people don't love the truth. And I welcome just correction. If I'm wrong, I should say when I'm wrong, because I'm not right about everything. But I welcome engagement with adversity. I don't fear adversity. I don't fear dissent. People come in and say all kinds of things. Sometimes there's some wisdom in some of the dissent. I'm not going to shut them down. That's one of my things about my channels. I don't censor people for the content of what they say, because I don't want to be censored for the content of what I say. God's the one that gave everyone a voice. God gave you the voice. Your choice, how you're going to use it, that's your choice. But it's not up to me to shut your voice down. That's God's deal. That's not me. Yeah, I've been given the power to shut you down. I can ban you if I want, but that's not a good thing. Censorship is evil. You look in the scriptures, the people that censored were the bad guys. They weren't the good guys. I think of David as he was walking back from a battle victoriously. There was a man who was a loyalist to Saul. And I think he might have even been of his bloodline, but I'm not sure about that. His name was Shimei. And Shimei walked alongside of David and Joab and all of his men as they were walking on the path. And Shimei was cursing him and cursing him and cursing him and cursing him. And Joab asked David, grabbed his sword, and he asked David, you want me to shut him up? You want me to censor him? You want me to block him? You want me to ban him? Because they didn't have a ban button. They didn't have a censor button. They didn't have a hide button. They had a sword. And that's how they censored people. They killed them. And Joab was a man of war. He was a man that would slice under the fifth rib, getting into the heart, the lower part of the heart, and getting the lung out. Boom, you're dead. Under the fifth rib is what the Bible says when they, we call it the heart. When you read the word, the heart in the Bible, it's not talking about the blood pump. That's not what the heart is. Even though we do this, when we say heart, we put our hand over our blood pump. The heart is the spirit of man. It's the seat of the affections that we have in this world. in this life, in this body. And it's where all of our decisions are culminated with our emotions. That's what our heart is. It's not a blood pump. You know, what God says the heart is not what science says the heart is. It's two different things. The heart of man is not your blood pump. I guess that's my point. Anyway, I'm going to go on. Spirit and soul. Uh, Texas, they use Tyndale, Coverdale bishops, great taverners, and one other before coming up with the King James Bible. Yes, they actually, that was one of the things the translators did, was they also referenced the works that had been done before, and they acknowledged them as being good works. They had done good works. In fact, in the dedicatory letter that the translators did in the King James Version Bible, they literally said that we, they reference these other works that had gone before, that had been done before, which were good, but they were presenting to the king this most excellent final, how did they put it? What was it worded? I think, if I remember correctly, it said this exact final and an exact translation into the English language. Something to that effect. If you read the dedicatory letter, it's full of praises to the king, which rightfully should be so, especially of people of faith. If I had if I was a linguistic expert that loves the Lord, and God literally put me as a position under the commission of the king to translate the words of God into the language of the people, I would rejoice and I would praise the king and I would praise the Lord as they did for putting the king in that position, because that was a very, very blessed thing that happened. Psalms 12:6, pure words tried in the furnace 7 times. The words of the Lord are pure words. They are not tried in the furnace, but they are as silver tried in a furnace of earth 7 times. Thou shalt keep them, O Lord. Thou shalt preserve them from this generation, even forever. The words of the Lord are not tried 7 times. They are as silver tried in a furnace of earth 7 times. So a furnace of earth is a furnace that can get as hot as you can possibly get it. They call them crucibles in the smaller versions today when they do metallurgy and purification of metals. And I've never gone too deep into the learning of how you purify silver, but a friend of mine did. And he's into it now. He's doing the purification of silver, which is kind of cool. But the more you put it through the process, the more pure you get. And once you've purified silver 4 or 5 times, there's almost no dross left. And he's talking about purifying it 7 times, so you've got 4-9 silver. You've got the most purest silver ever that you could possibly get. And this is what it's saying, that it is as silver. It's not saying that it is purified. The God's words aren't purified, and they aren't silver, but they are as silver that is purified 7 times. It's pure. It's pure silver. That's what they're saying. The words of the Lord are pure words, as silver is tried in a furnace of earth 7 times. That's how pure the words of God are. Pure, 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 pure. But yeah, there's a lot of deception in churchianity. We hear things in churchianity and we think they're good, they sound good, but they're not right. And I can give you an example of what you just said. Pure words tried in the furnace. That's not true. If it were true, then that would mean that God's words needed to be purified as if they were at one time not pure. You know, that's why every word of God is important, and you got to rightly divide the word of God. And you literally need to address even those little things if you love the truth and you're you want to hold to integrity. We've all been wrong. We've all learned things that are wrong. We've believed things from our own heart and our own mind that are wrong. God's words are going to give us correction if we're humble before him, and we ought to be, because pride is not good. But anyway, it is 1 o'clock in the morning. It's 1:08 a.m. And this has been a very long live stream, so I am going to end it now. I think I'm going to, yeah, I think I'm going to kind of cut out here. Oh, here we go. Somebody said something. Um, Ball strike or bandit. Then along comes Westcott and Hort and Restless in the middle. 1800 screwed it all up. Yeah, those Vatican agents. That was their plan. The occultists have been working to subvert the words of God, and even in the time of the writings of the apostles, there were warnings of other writings that were claiming to be of them. You know, there were in 2 Thessalonians chapter 2, we see that. We see, Paul mentioned twice in another letter, I don't remember where that was, but he mentioned twice about those that would pervert or wrest the words of God. Nestle's, okay. Chicken Joe, hey man, my dog. Chicken Joe, you already said that, man. You came in here like 20 minutes ago and you said the same thing. What's this? A copy and paste. That's what you just did. A copy and paste. And that's why I wonder if this is even a real person. I don't know. Is it a real person? Let's see. Go to the channel, and there's Chicken Joe's channel. Uh-huh. Not looking like a real account to me. It's kind of looking like a set up fake account with absolutely nothing on there. You know? I mean, that's what I'm talking about. How do you know who's real and who's not? Who's a chat bot and who's not? If somebody's got content, where they've actually done a live stream, or they've, uploaded a video of themselves, or even put some kind of post of words that show that they're an actual person, then, maybe there would be something. But yeah, I don't just do the whole thing. But anyway, I'm going to cut it here. God bless you all. I'm going to give it a short timeout. I think that's what I'm going to do, because I want to keep the stream on yet, but I'm going to kind of mute it a little bit. I'll give you something to look at. Done.